it's a weird thing, Allie, but there seems to be faith brought into this a lot in a public school setting. And I'm a man of faith. There's my disclaimer. But I'm not convinced that with all the different people that go to public school, that faith should play as big of a role as what I'm seeing in certain campaigns. And I want your take on that.
Okay, so I am also a huge woman of faith. I am a strong believer in God, but I am also a military veteran. And what that means to me is that I believe in freedom. I will fight for freedom. I have fought for freedom. And to me, we have freedom of religion in this country for a reason. I have my God and I do my thing. I have my spiritual beliefs. And if yours aren't the same as mine, that's super cool. But
do you think it belongs in the classroom?
I think that our children should be able to talk about that, but I don't think that it should be a part of the educational curriculum, right? I think that our kids should be able to express themselves for who they are because our spiritual beliefs are
Give me an
core.
example of what you're getting
at. We have the Equity and Diversity and Equity Inclusion Director, Dr. Tamara Usselman. So she recently sent out documentation on Ramadan, which was super cool, educating people on like, hey, this time of the year is really, really important for those who practice Ramadan. Here's some of the things that they go through, with their fasting and things like that. I would like to also then see, hey, this is also Holy Week for those of you that are Catholic, and here's what that means for you, right? So just to make sure that if you're going to represent one religion, then you represent them all. And I don't think that it necessarily is on our teachers to be teaching those things because that's what we do outside of the classroom.
Okay. So is it best just not to do any of it?
Yeah.
That would be your take?
Probably, yeah.
For example,
or allow all of it.
When the bill went through North Dakota legislature last time saying that you must post can post the 10 Commandments, was that a good bill? Have you ever voted for that?
There again, can you post it? Sure, but does that also mean that you can post everything else too? Like that, to me, it needs to be fair. And it needs to be equally represented for sure.
Well, that's a good answer in my personal opinion.
Yeah, I mean, there again, like I said, I have my God, and if you have a different God, that's super cool. But this is public education, so we need to make sure that we're making inclusion policies for all people.
Got a minute left. Tell people why they should vote for you.
I'm here for parents, I'm here for teachers, and I'm here for our kids. I will listen. I will work with anybody on the board. I am not going to play sides of the aisle. I want to be here for our community, and I'm happy to engage, take questions from anybody, and I will always be happy to be a public servant.
Okay. Where do they go to find your work?
Allie4edu.com or on Facebook, Allie Olenberger for Fargo School Board.
Allie4edu.com. All right. Thank you, Allie. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you so much, Joel.
Stick around. We're gonna talk about the U.S. Postal See, she's got the postman in there. That means she's just sucking up to him is what she's doing. Mike Fosberg is in the house. He is a carrier for the United States Postal Service. Mike, good to have you on News and Views.
Well, thanks for having me on.
Just go ahead and tell her thank you. I mean, it's
well,
is that
thank
like
you. Thank you very
I
much.
bet you hear it too much, but
I can never hear it enough.
yeah, there you go. Good answer. It's
There you go.
fitting.
the union should argue for more money for having to listen to the Beatles. That's
Yeah,
awesome.
Joel never lets me play Beatles, and right before we went on, I said, "Sorry, I'm playing Beatles."
Mike,
I have to.
You guys are working to stamp out hunger in your food drive. So explain to me what this is about.
Well, let's start off with it's the 30th anniversary of Stamp Out Hunger. So this is a nationwide food drive, pretty much all across the country. We do a national food drive where the customers will put food out by their mailbox, and the carrier will pick it up tomorrow morning when they're delivering the mail.
Man, that's going to be a long route, though. You start picking up all that.
It is. It's a labor of love, if you want to call it that. There's times where it is a little overwhelming, but it's just one day, and we're very happy to give back to the community.
So what are you looking for them to set out?
Non-perishable, especially. The big ticket items they really like is the protein-based ones, tuna, any canned meats like that, peanut butter, and other nut butters like the sun butter and stuff like that. Box dinners, something real basic that can stretch a little bit as well. And also with our food drive that we do every second Saturday of May, it's real important for us to do it this time of year because the kids are getting out of school.
Yeah.
They don't have those school lunches. A lot of them get breakfast at the schools. So this is the time of year when we have to stock those shelves, and we try to pick up a lot of stuff that is a little more kid-friendly as well.
Yeah, I heard Melissa Soblik on this station talking about how people don't realize this is one of the tougher times of the year for those families that don't have a lot because the kids come home and there isn't, they're getting a lot of their meals at school. Right.
And there's not a whole lot of food drives during the summer months. Everyone's always so busy.
Right.
The big ones are always around the holidays. So we do ours in May to try to cover the gap.
Okay.
And stock those shelves.
Now, there's no way to do this without slowing down the route. People got to be a little patient, I would guess, that day.
Yeah, that's the issue of that. But hopefully they understand that.
Exactly.
Again, this is a good deal.
Where do you take it all?
So, Prairie Wood office, which is all of South Fargo, that goes to Great Plains Food Bank. The West Fargo office and Trollwood, the North office, goes to the Emergency Food Pantry, and then everything in Moorhead, Dilworth, will go to Dorothy Day.
Really? Yep. So you know exactly where it's going to go. It isn't like, oh, good for you.
Yep.
I mean, then people know what they're donating to. You mentioned it's the 30 what? The 30th? The
30th anniversary.
Okay, so this is the 30th.
This is the 30th year. We've started in 94 in Fargo here.
Okay, so
it's a couple of years.
But if it's the 30th, by now you know how people participate. Do you have good participation by the people along the route?
Yes. The little catch this year is this is the first physical food drive since the pandemic. So the last 2 years we've had a virtual food drive up and running, which we're going to also have this year. But yeah, we haven't done the physical drive in 2 years, thanks to the pandemic.
Sure, but that's done. Now you can.
But it's done. I knock on fake wood. Hopefully the pandemic's over. And unfortunately, when the pandemic hit, this is when the need was so high too.
Yeah.
So
does it get, knowing the communities the way I've gotten to know them, does it get overwhelming? I mean, my guess is you're going to have a full truck by the end of the day.
We have a semi parked at Prairie Wood, or we'll get it there tonight. We'll load that thing up. We'll load that
It'll
semi
get that
up.
full,
Yep. And I got to give a shout out to Biersbach because they loan us a telelift. So we'll load up these big watermelon boxes that you see in the grocery stores. We'll load up those with the food, and then we need the telelift to load up the semi.
You brag up Biersbach all you want if that's what they do. I'm all over that.
They're great people over there, and geez, we would have to do it all by hand if it wasn't for them.
So tell people specifically what to do. You got 30 seconds left. What do you want them to do tomorrow?
All right, so leave non-perishable foods in a bag, preferably, by your mailbox tomorrow. And when the carrier is there delivering mail, and you might see some volunteers out there picking up as well. We'll pick it up tomorrow. We'll bring it back to our respective stations, and then we'll get it to the food bank and the food pantries.
There's no one that doesn't have an extra can of tomato soup or not, right?
Exactly.
Right.
Clean out those cupboards.
Exactly. Mike, thank you for what you're doing. And tell all the men and women you work with the same for all of us at News and Views, okay?
Yes, will do. And thanks for having us on there and spreading the word.
Making a difference, ladies and gentlemen, making a difference. When we come back, Dr. Scott Jensen, he wants to be governor of the state of Minnesota. He's got Matt Burke running with him, which I thought was really interesting. Stick around. More coming your way. Make sure that people know what's going on at both the Republican and the Democratic convention. Well, the Republican convention is about to happen. Things are about to get settled. And one of the leading candidates that's gotten attention nationally is Dr. Scott Jensen. Now, he's hoping to win that nomination to be the next governor of the state of Minnesota. Let's get to him and get a chance to visit. Dr. Jensen, thank you for coming on. I appreciate it.
Joel, it's my pleasure. Thank you.
What separates you? And I'm not. We'll get to Governor Walz in just a second. But if I were to be attending the Republican convention, why would I vote for Scott Jensen?
I think that I'm clearly not a career politician, and I am inclined to speak my piece and represent a contrarian narrative if that's what I think is necessary. And I think people recognize that, and that's why there's really been a statewide movement growing. I think in 2018, we had 10,000 people come to precinct caucuses, and in 2022, we almost doubled that amount. And that was the straw poll statewide where I had more votes than the second, third, and fourth persons combined. And I think that's because there's a movement. People recognize that this has got to be a grassroots, we the people, in order to beat that big Democratic machine, because they're powerful, the Democrats are.
Yeah, there's no question about that. In Minnesota, there is a strong Democratic machine. So then let's get to this. How do you beat that machine?
I think we have to appeal to groups that we haven't traditionally done as well with. Honestly, I think the Republican Party needs a bit of a makeover. I think we have to do a far better job of attending to what are the concerns of women? What agenda items do they think should be addressed spot on and face forward? And I think we need to go to the minority groups and ask, is your life better? Is this what you expected from the liberal side of the aisle? And I think we have to go sincerely to the millennials and the Gen Zs and say, we need you at the table. We don't need to talk down to you. You think differently. You're more intuitive than us. In many ways, you're the brightest generation the world has ever seen. And we need to be sincere about that. And if we can get the minorities and the moms and the millennials and the Gen Zs at the table, we're going to be a stronger party. But if we don't do that, then I suspect we'll lose again.
So, this is a view from the outside, outstate looking in. Obviously, I'm right across the border, but I still consider Minnesota in so many ways home. I only live 10 miles from Minnesota. So, when you look at it, it seems as though Minnesota is becoming strictly rural urban. It's going the way that other states have gone. And I've been asking people involved in Minnesota politics how you fix that, because it seems to me that for Minnesota to stay the great state it is, that the people in Minneapolis, St. Paul area have to be in touch with the people in the Moorhead area.
I think you're spot on, Joel. I think there's an emerging great divide, and if we don't build bridges to interconnect, we will have problems just in governance, and I think we see it already. First thing I think is we need to provide greater Minnesota with the same amenities that the urban areas have, and the top number one on my list would be we need to have a robust connectivity with broadband and things like that so that we can have people in Sleepy Eye, Minnesota, where I grew up, competing for bids, projects, grants in the same manner that a downtown Minneapolis firm might be doing. So we need to really level the playing field in that regard. And I think the other thing we need to do is we need to recognize and understand that every area of Minnesota deserves to be able to determine and develop their own robust economy. And what I mean by that, Joel, is we need to let miners mine. We need to let farmers farm. The government should not be getting in the way of these business people or these efforts to utilize in a responsible way our natural resources. But I think there's this notion that the urban dwellers get to decide what kind of economy the North gets, the South gets, the Western Plains get. And I think that's got to stop. And I think there's a certain arrogance there that, and as a kid growing up in Sleepy Eye, Minnesota, I think I felt it, but it's certainly far more intense today. So I think those are a couple of big things. We need to connect with broadband in a much better way, and we need to let miners mine, farmers farm, let each area develop its own economy.
When you look at those of us that travel to the Twin Cities often, there's a different image today of the Twin Cities than what there was prior to, basically a murder that took place. When you're sitting there and people talk about George Floyd and they talk about, what happened to this man, you sit there and you're like, okay, that happened here. That happened in a backyard that we all love, and we're still broken in the Twin Cities because of that. And I want to know from you, Dr. Jensen, how you fix that, how you fix it so that people feel as though there's still one community.
I think it starts probably with confession. And I think that we can all confess that we can do better. And clearly, George Floyd should not be dead. And I think we have to recognize that responsibility goes in many directions. But when I think of where the greatest responsibility lies for why we are still broken today, I think it falls squarely at the feet of Tim Walz. I think that when Minnesota needed a leader, I think he froze. And I think that's why we had radio and TV journalists saying, where's our governor? Where are our leaders? And I think that Tim Walz has to own that. And I think he can own it. He can confess and then say, I could have done so much better in leading the state at that point in time. And I will. I've learned from it. I think that would help. And then I think that would also maybe potentially take away some of the, if you will, the partisan bickering and the gotcha moments and the sniping at one another, because we've got to move on. We can't have autonomous zones. We can't have, if you will, lawlessness. We've got to respect the work police do and know that police departments, just like medical clinics and hospitals, are always trying to reform themselves and be as good as they can be. And people do make mistakes.
So by your very nature, I mean, you're a physician, you're a man of science. The CDC comes out and puts a criteria together in the early phases of COVID that many of us didn't like, but we adhered to. And in some of your documentation, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but in some of it, it appears that you didn't agree with what the CDC was telling people to do. And I guess what I'm struggling with is how do we get to there? If the chief executive of the state of Minnesota is in a physician and he's in disagreement with the CDC, who the heck am I going to trust?
As a man of science, I think that you need to trust yourself. I would say that it's perhaps an illusion to think that science is a settled matter. Yes, we have Isaac Newton's gravity. We've settled that. But so much in medicine is not settled. We argue all the time. Frequently, I see a patient in follow-up, not because I want to just see them again. It's because I want to see, did my diagnosis stand up to the test of time, and did they get better? And was the therapy I prescribed working? I think that what bothered me the most, Joel, in those early months was the fact that we threw 20 years of data collection and science right under the bus in a moment. I mean, we had Mike Osterholm and Tony Fauci saying, don't wear masks, don't wear masks, don't wear masks. And then it was like they got religion all of a sudden, wear masks. And I'm saying, hold it. We studied this since the SARS Corona 1 in 2002. And we found that cotton and surgical masks don't prevent COVID-19 particles from being transmitted. How can we change on a dime? And we did the same thing over and over again. And I think what we've seen, Joel, is we've seen the CDC backtracking literally almost on a weekly basis at times. We've seen the World Health Organization do the same thing. We've seen the FDA provide emergency use approvals that caused respected scientists to drop off of their advisory committees. We have been, if you will, a chaotic mess. And I think in that mess, I think we have to encourage people, do your research, do your own thinking. We have to allow for that skeptical narrative that maybe I put forth to go against the conventional narrative. People say, well, Scott, you're an anti-vaxxer. Well, nothing could be further from the truth. I spend $250,000 a year buying vaccines for our patients, and our clinic administers 1,000 flu shots a year. But I have always tried to look at each vaccine on an individual basis, because not all diseases are equal, and not all vaccines are equal, and not all vaccines are as safe as others, and not all vaccines are as efficacious.
So, Dr. Jensen, have you been vaccinated?
No, against COVID, against many diseases, yes, to be sure. But COVID, no. I had COVID in August of 2020, and I have antibodies. I've checked my antibodies about every 2 or 3 months, and I have a robust number on antibodies. I mean, I'm 5 times what you're supposed to have to be immune.
I had COVID, and I did get vaccinated. And one of the reasons I did, because you said that science is not always a settled matter. You know, the numbers showed. I mean, if just simply from a number standpoint, I think you'd have to make the argument that after the vaccine came out, less people were in the hospital in the ICU.
Well, actually, Joel, to that point, I think as of yesterday, what was yesterday, the 12th, I think from a year ago to yesterday we had more cases and I think more hospitalizations than we did a year earlier at the same time. And this was with the advent of vaccines. And now there's more and more data indicating that the vaccine is having a minimal effect on the Omicron BA2 variant. So I think that we've always allowed the VAERS program to be the canary in the coal mine, where we would look at that in 1976 with the swine flu. There were some 50 deaths associated with the vaccine. And on that basis, the vaccination program was suspended and it was never restarted. By the CDC's own data collection, they indicate that of the 25,000 deaths that have been recorded as a temporal association with the vaccine, that probably 20% of those, which would be 5,000 of those did occur within 48 hours of receiving the vaccine. Now, Joel, as a physician who's prescribed thousands of vaccines through my career, I don't provide vaccines to people who I think are deathly ill. If someone has a temp of 102 and is coughing up green phlegm, I'm not giving them a vaccine. I'm saying, let's get you over the pneumonia and then stop by in 2 weeks and get your tetanus shot then. So I think that we can say that if we have 5,000 people dying within 48 hours of receiving the vaccine, that warrants some concern. And I think we're starting to see that as we see they press pause on the J&J, and there's data coming out about all the various vaccines, and there's concerns about efficacy and safety. And I don't think we need to demonize one another just because we disagree. I don't know why we wouldn't want to honor the concept of health freedom, which we've always put in place. And I've always thought health freedom is critical.
Dr. Jensen, you bring up a very interesting subject, though, to talk about. Hang with me. I really appreciate the fact you're giving me more time, but I've got to go find the weather first. And let's get to Out if he's going to be that Republican on the ballot in the fall this weekend. Dr. Jensen, we interact with a lot of people here by what we call our text club at 35270. Here's a couple of questions that came in for you. One says, is Dr. Jensen's license suspended? Has it ever been reviewed? Is he still practicing medicine?
I practice medicine full time. Greater than 95% of my patients over the age of 70 with multiple underlying medical conditions have been vaccinated against COVID. I'm under investigation for the 5th time right now by the Minnesota Board of Medical Practice. And each of these investigations, as far as we can tell, are coming from people who have never met me, never received a healthcare service from me. It appears that the Board of Medical Practice is being weaponized against me and against their mission. And so, yes, I have an investigation right now still outstanding, but my license has never been truncated or halted or suspended. No.
Somebody else texted in, and they were talking about Dr. Osterholm and the reference that you made earlier. I guess there's about 5 text messages here, Dr. Jensen, and all of them say that they respect Dr. Osterholm and take exception to you and your comments about him. Can you speak to that again, please?
You can take exception all you want. The fact of the matter is, February, March, April of 2020, he and Tony Fauci both said don't wear masks. Mike Osterholm was on radio and TV saying that. And then in May or June, it changed, and there wasn't data to support that. There wasn't, if you will, physical studies that demonstrated what the pore size was of a mask and what the particle size of a COVID-19 particle. What I was saying is that you can't change science just because basically bureaucrats say, well, we're going to do this. It's sort of like throwing mud on the wall. I think that we had people deluded into thinking that if they wore a mask, they were protected, and some of those folks died. There should have been a more laser-focused protection of the vulnerable going on, much like the Great Barrington Declaration pointed out. But I think we were just reacting almost like chickens running around in the barnyard with their heads cut off.
But Dr. Jensen, you say that we were just reacting. Would you dispute at all the fact that vaccines have saved lives?
No, not at all. I would not dispute that.
You don't believe that the COVID vaccine has saved people's lives?
No, I do agree. No, I think if you look at the data, I think it's clear that the vaccine, particularly for the vulnerable over the age of 70, does reduce fatalities and it reduces ICU hospitalization.
I guess how old are you, Dr. Jensen?
67.
Okay, so if you're 70, would you get vaccinated?
Not when I have antibodies.
Okay. Doctor, I wish you good luck this weekend. It's been fun talking to you. If people want to know more about your campaign, where do they go?
DrScottJensen.com, DrScottJensen.com. And thank you, Joel. I appreciate the conversation. This is the kind of conversation that has to take place in order for a campaign to do its job. We should have a campaign so we can build a relationship.
Yeah. And we'll visit some more another time. Good luck this weekend.
Thanks, Joel.
Dr. Scott Jensen, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back, Representative Jeremy Munson, state representative, he wants to be a congressman. I think you could make an argument that this guy thinks Donald Trump's a little too far to the left. So I'm going to enjoy the conversation. I hope I'm being fair, folks, and letting these people say their piece. But they're going to get asked some tough questions. Settle in.
When it comes to
that has drawn nationwide attention is Jeremy Munson. Jeremy is serving currently in the Minnesota State House, but he's running for Congress in District 1. Representative Munson, good to have you on News and Views. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you. Thanks for having me on the show.
I've been asking everyone the same question. Why? Why do you want this job? What are you going to do with it?
Well, I'm running because I see Congress is broken, and we need to change things in Washington, D.C. They're not focusing on the priorities of the people. $30 trillion in debt is more than enough, and we have Republicans and Democrats that both agree to raise the debt ceiling every time that vote comes up. That's why we have inflation, because they printed $7 trillion in new currency in the last few years, and there's just no end to it. We need to reduce the size of government. We need someone that's going to be out there that can stand up to leadership and stand up to lobbyists and the special interest groups and actually do what's right for the people and to restore some fiscal sanity to Washington, D.C.
So a lot of people, when they say that, and I served in the legislature too, they'll use a blanket, cut everything 5%. And you and I both know, having been in those chairs, that's not realistic. And so when you look at where government needs to cut to bring the budget in balance, where would you say it is?
Well, I mean, there is so much waste, fraud, and abuse in government. And I think that we need a legislature that's actually going to follow the Constitution.
No, but Representative, that's generic. Yeah. I mean, that's generic. When you look at the budget, because you'll be in one of those chairs. I mean, specifically, in what area do you see the type of waste that really needs that microscope on it?
Well, we could start by cutting the federal Department of Education. We need to restore education and policy and funding to be at a local level instead of running everything through the federal government to put all these mandates on our schools that people don't want. We need to drastically cut back on different agencies that are over-regulating Americans. There's an active war on ag going on from all these different federal agencies that are trying to regulate our farmers to death. This is bureaucracy stacked on bureaucracy. When I walk around Washington, D.C., I get sick to my stomach looking at all of these agencies and all of these employees whose sole purpose it is just to take from the people and regulate us to death.
Okay,
we need to shrink the size of government.
Let's go through them one at a time. Education. What does the federal government force upon us locally as far as education goes? What when you look at it, do you say that they should not even be telling us we have to do?
You talk to your local schools on all of the paperwork and regulations and programs and funding that they have to fill out paperwork in order to comply with to apply for certain grants and programs. We need to give our schools the funding without all of the red tape and strings that are attached that we ask of them for all these programs.
But they don't have to apply, right?
They don't have to apply, but right. There's a small net increase in doing so. But sometimes they have to hire staff members just to complete all the paperwork and to complete the testing that's required for each funding stream. So even at the state level, our funding formula is 156 pages long because of all these programs. We need to streamline this to give our schools the flexibility to implement the policies that are most effective for their community. So, Representative Munson, you believe that as do I. I would add that the best way to manage education is at the local level, at the school board level, as long as it's done with some level of, common sense. I get that. But, do you believe, and this happened in legislatures before, that laws have been passed that forced schools to have the 10 Commandments posted in those classrooms? Do you think that there ever should be a law like that? That it requires the schools to post the 10 Commandments? Yes. I don't know if it's a law. The schools should be able to set their own policies locally, and if the parents are upset about it, they can throw their school boards out, or if it's unconstitutional, they can challenge it in the courts. On that, I agree. I've always struggled with why people would force that upon anyone when it comes to it. Now I want to go to ag, because you mentioned ag is an area that you would take a serious look at what the federal government's doing. To me, you mentioned a federal deficit. I don't think in my lifetime, in fact, I know in my lifetime, there has never been as much money put into the farm program and sent to farmers as there has right now. Is that
part of our deficit problem? Is that part of what the government needs to rein in?
Well, specifically, these programs that were sent out to farmers because of to offset the pain they were feeling for the tariffs that the government put on in the first place. This is like government paying to cover the damages that government caused. First of all, they were payments made to farmers.
On your website, it's clear that you have the support and that you support Donald Trump, and Donald Trump put those tariffs on. He put the tariffs on China. Did he do the right thing when he did that?
It was a tough call. I mean, I'm a free trade guy. I don't like tariffs at all. But we were in a trade war with China. I think his goal was to put tariffs on China with the end goal of reducing tariffs on both sides. They weren't supposed to be permanent. I live in an ag community. My wife's family farms. I felt these pains too, and it was a temporary pain that people had to go through to try to win this war, win this trade war with China.
Did we?
I don't think when this new administration we're in any position to battle China on trade war. So I think that losing the 2020 election put us in a position we were definitely not winning the trade war.
The first thing that happened when it came to ag was the Biden administration took the tariffs off. I know you know that. I'm just repeating something you do know in regards to ag. And so when they pulled the tariffs off, the people that were doing business, as I have a really good friend back home that sells edibles, over to China, they got to do business again with China, and so they pointed out that there was less of a need for the government to be involved in ag, which I think both you and I would share that goal.
Well, I think that there's a few things that I'm a small government guy to start with, but there are a few industries where the government does have a role in regulating, and that's food, energy, and water. Because those three industries are a national security threat, and we have to have some regulations on our food supply so that farmers don't just sell all our food to China. The federal government has a role to regulate that industry to make sure that Americans are fed, and in exchange for those regulations, that's where some of these payments are made to farmers in exchange for being regulated. But so there's a balance there. Sometimes that balance gets out of whack. Here's
where I think people, though, they think that we who have been involved in government talk out of both sides of our mouth. You have been a big-time supporter of Donald Trump. No one has grown the federal government in their time in office as much as what Donald Trump did. No one grew the deficit as much as what Donald Trump did. In fact, the deficit now is going down by both parties. There's an admission of that. And so if you're a big supporter of Donald Trump, you want less government, you want less debt, why do you support him?
Well, I think what you're conflating is that the government grew when Donald Trump was president because the states' governors locked down their states, causing such enormous turmoil and shutting businesses down and creating and destroying our economy that the federal government stepped in to create more programs to pay people that the state governments were not allowing to work, shutting their businesses down. That is a fact.
Well, that's not where the deficit started kicking in. The pandemic kicked in way after, and by after I mean years after Donald Trump was president, and the deficit already grew, the spending already grew, and I'm not trying to pick a fight as much as what I'm trying to say. If I'm a Minnesota Republican and I'm going there, and I want you to be my congressman, then I need to know if you truly are against deficit spending, or if you're okay with deficit spending if it's your side that spends on the deficit side.
No, I'm against deficit spending.
Okay.
This is we for 40 years, Republicans have cut taxes and Democrats have wanted to grow government and grow spending, and they've agreed to do both and then just borrow the difference, and that's why we're $30 trillion in debt, and that's what needs to stop.
Well, but you could easily make an argument in both the Bush administration and the Trump administration that they did cut taxes. I respect that, and I don't agree with some of the areas they cut, but you and I can disagree on that. But the point is they didn't cut spending. Neither administration cut spending. In both administrations, the deficit grew enormously. The first year of the Biden administration, and George W. Bush actually admitted this, there needed to be an injection of federal cash in, or we'd have headed to a depression. That being said, the budget went down every year after in terms of the deficit. Now it's going down again. And so I really struggle for the public out there who wants to look at their government and say, look, quit spending so much money. That I don't know where you shop for that. I don't know where, if you're a Republican, you can sit there and say, look, Donald Trump really brought the budget in order and he cut spending, because he didn't.
Well, look, I'm against. I mean, I vowed that I'm not going to raise the debt ceiling. My opponents in the race have all made arguments on how that raising the debt ceiling may be necessary for some kind of negotiation on stuff. We got to draw the line somewhere. We have to stop kicking the can down the road. And there's a small group of conservatives in the House Freedom Caucus, probably about 40 constitutional conservatives that I align with, that have said, hey, would you come to D.C. and join us in this fight to change course for our republic in D.C.? And I'm all in. This is what I want to do. I'm not going to be going out there to be co-opted by leadership to sit and go against my principles and the reason why I ran for office. I'm going to stand strong like I have in Minnesota, standing up to leadership, even passing ethical reforms and lobbying reforms that impact Republicans in leadership, because it was the right thing to do. And I'm going to continue to stand on principle in Congress in D.C.
Okay, so when you look at the whole scenario, when you look at the whole scenario of debt and where this is going, and you look at where the federal government is and where it should be, caucuses matter. You said there's a group of people that are out there that you want to align yourself with. The group you just described has caucus members that are very, very high profile. And that there's no other way to get the attention of the nation sometimes than to do that. I respect that. But part of that caucus you're talking about is Marjorie Taylor Greene. Do you think she's a good congresswoman?
I think she represents her district well. And if you've been to her part of Georgia, you'll see that she's cut from the same cloth. So you have to understand that people that represent their districts have to represent their districts and not be beaten into submission by leadership to follow some Mitt Romney or Liz Cheney Republican playbook. That we have to allow people to represent the interests of their districts. And if she represents her district, she'll be reelected. If she doesn't, she won't be reelected.
So do you think she's a good congresswoman?
I don't know. I don't live in her district. I don't know what she's been focusing on for the priorities of her district.
Okay.
So it's not my job to say whether or not she's a good representative of her district.
Okay. Representative Munson, where do people go to find out more about you? I mean, what's your website?
Yeah, jeremymunson.com is my website. They can also go to my Facebook page at Representative Jeremy Munson. I have tons of videos and position papers, and I like to share a lot of news articles and comments on how if I support it or don't support it. It's a good way to get to know me. And my cell phone number is out of my website, so they can contact me if they have any other further questions.
I thank you for giving us your time, and be safe out there in the campaign trail.
All right, thanks so much for checking in.
You bet, Jeremy Munson. Let's head to the weather cave and find the big guy, Too Tall Tom.
Rain showers across
here to me is what politics is all about. I didn't want to know what gender Jeremy Munson was. I didn't want to know where he was at when it came to his own personal life, if he had been married 10 times or if he is married to one woman for how long and how many kids he had. That to me is his business, right? But when he tells me that the tariffs were put on and that cost farmers money, the tariffs were put on by Donald Trump, and he, if you go to his website, loves Donald Trump. Okay, well, did he have the courage then to take on Donald Trump? Right? Because that's where they went on. He talks about the deficit. He talks about deficit spending. No one as president grew the national deficit higher than what Donald Trump did. No one. Donald Trump spent money like a sailor on leave. So on one hand, you can sit there and call yourself, I'm a fiscal conservative. I'm a fiscal conservative. But when the first move you make is to make sure that the richest among us get a huge tax break to the point where they are billionaire, and then you see the federal deficit go down, and, or up, and all we see is a higher federal deficit, and here's the thing about Donald Trump. He didn't have a war. He didn't have money that he had to send to Ukraine to make sure that people could live. We're going to talk about this. And you can go ahead and criticize me all you want. These are just facts, ladies and gentlemen. Facts. So I'm just gonna say Welcome back to the News and Views Radio Network. Thank you to Welton's Tire Service, your local one-stop for tires, friendly service, and more. We'll be doing the same thing for the Democratic Farm Union Party when it comes to exactly what happens. I mean, farm labor, it's part of what the Democratic Party is, and we'll be covering that next weekend as well. Abigail?
Yes, we are.
That's right.
On Friday.
And thank you to Welton's Tire Service saying make sure both sides get heard. Now, going back to some of the interviews we did, Dr. Scott Jensen, if you just joined us, he's running for the Republican nomination. He talked about antibodies. He talked about the vaccine. He talked about how it certainly is something he would recommend for people 70 and above, but he's 67. I think he said 67. And, of course, I'm 60 and I've been vaccinated. Somebody sent in and said, all I have to say is, wow, I have antibodies that are 5 times stronger than the ordinary person, end quote, because of what Dr. Jensen said. Thank you for having these guests come on your show and expose their real reason for running for an office. They offer no platform on looking to the future, but always resort to slamming the science on the COVID pandemic. This was an unprecedented event that happened worldwide. Unbelievable. I shudder to think of the upcoming midterms. Thank you, Joel. Dr. Osterholm, we had on this show. He was good enough to do this show. And he talked about by the end of this pandemic, there will be over 1 million dead because of it. We just talked about the fact that we've got over 1 million dead. Now, I don't get up in the morning and think about the pandemic anymore. Full disclosure, I don't. If another variant comes around that does the damage that COVID did in the beginning, I think it's worthy of more attention. But Omicron, for example, didn't do what everyone was afraid that it could do. I'm sorry, it hasn't. And, of course, now you've had the opportunity to be vaccinated. So I'm not saying you individuals that haven't been vaccinated, that get sick from COVID, that I'm going to not care. I'm going to care. You're my neighbors and sometimes my friends, sometimes my relatives. So I do care, but I don't care as much. Does that make sense? I don't care as much. If you are so stubborn that you won't get it and the next thing you know, your family is having a funeral, that's on you. I mean, that's on you. You had the opportunity to still be alive with us today. And I can cite you examples of that. So don't tell me that I can't, because I can. One in particular, but it isn't fair to their family to cite it. But they know that I know, and I know that they know. It's that type of a thing. Now, go forward. Forget about the vaccine. That is clearly a definer for me. Go forward into what is a huge fiscal issue, which is the national debt. I have always been a conservative when it comes to that. You invest in things in the future. You invest in infrastructure. You do invest in military, but you don't give them a blank check. So, I realize money has to go to Ukraine. I also realize that if the Ukrainian people win, it's good for our country. So we can call it a proxy war. We can call it anything we want. I call it humanity. But for some of these individuals to idolize, love, and this is coming from the right, Vladimir Putin, I just want to rip my hair out. Because that isn't the Republican Party that I grew up debating. That isn't the Republican Party that I respected for years. And so for those individuals to allow the Marjorie Taylor Greens and to say, you know what, however she gets elected in her district, if she represents her district, give me a break. If I walk around her district and I find out that the majority or the vast majority of those individuals support Vladimir Putin, then by God, she has the dumbest district, the most idiotic, the most foolish, the most, I could use other words that I probably shouldn't use on air, like stupid district than you can possibly have. So I would take the opportunity at that point to say, I don't want to associate with her. She's from a district that doesn't represent mine, and I'm not joining that caucus. Now, there is where State Representative Munson and I separate. But I think that he was honest enough to point out, if you buy me, if I'm your guy, just know I'm going to be hanging out with Marjorie Taylor Greene. Let me just tell you this. If I were elected, I would be very honest with you and tell you I'm not hanging out with AOC. That's not who I am. That's not what I do. Now, that being said, there is protests, and I'm going back to an issue that's going to play out soon. The fact that you've got a majority on the Supreme Court now that are going to overturn Roe v. Wade. Okay. There's a debate going on in D.C. about this, and there's protests going on in front of Supreme Court justices' homes. And so you ask whether or not that's right, whether or not they should do that. Justice Clarence Thomas called it intimidation. He said that's what it is, intimidation. I want you to listen to this quote. Abby, what congressman gives this quote?
Congressman Hakeem Jeffries.
And you are a fan of Congressman Hakeem Jeffries.
He was elected in 2012. He's been doing really good.
Okay, so let's take a listen to what he said at a hearing in D.C. recently.
If Justice Thomas really wants to deal with bullying in America or this problem of people supposedly unwilling to accept outcomes that they don't like, I've got some advice for Justice Thomas. Start in your own home. Have a conversation with Jeannie Thomas. She refused to accept the legitimacy of the 2020 presidential election. Why? Because she didn't like the outcome. And so instead, she tried to steal the election, overthrow the United States government, and install a tyrant. That's bullying. That's being unwilling to accept an outcome because you don't like the results, because the former twice impeached so-called president of the United States of America lost legitimately to Joe Biden. How did she respond? Instead, she said the Bidens should face a military tribunal in Guantanamo Bay on trumped-up charges of sedition. You've got to be kidding me. And lastly, let me ask this question of Brother Thomas. Why are you such a hater? Hate on civil rights, hate on women's rights, hate on reproductive rights, hate on voting rights, hate on marital rights, hate on equal protection under the law, hate on liberty and justice for all, hate on free and fair elections. Why are you such a hater? And you think you can get away with it, escape public scrutiny? Because you think that shamelessness is your superpower?
Mr. Chairman, a point of order.
Here's a news flash straight from the House Judiciary Committee.
Point of order.
Truth thrust to the ground will rise again, and truth will be your kryptonite.
Now, that is how the Democrats hold the House. They're not going to do it because there aren't enough people that have the courage of Congressman Jeffries. You need to do that. You need to get up in the Clarence Thomas's grill and call them out for who they are. Call them out for exactly who they are. Do you believe for 1 minute that the woman that he lays down with every night, Jenny Thomas, did not talk to him about what happened in the election? Are you that foolish? I think your common sense tells you that as she attempted to overthrow the election, as she attempted to overthrow the election and attended the insurrection, I think it's fair to say that Clarence Thomas knew that, and that Clarence Thomas supported that, or else he needed to call out his wife for it. Because it certainly shows in how he votes. Clarence Thomas is the ultimate example of the need for tenure. 10 year. That's enough for any Supreme Court justice. And I'm sure many of you on the right can name Supreme Court justice after Supreme Court justice that were on the left that you would have liked to seen for in 10 years. Let's join together. Let's partner on this one. You folks on the right, me on the left, let's get together and say that no Supreme Court justice should be a lifetime appointee. They shouldn't have that much power, so that if their wife is all about an insurrection and says that the president that was just elected, the man and his wife, should be taken to Gitmo and tried, that individual should not, if every night he comes home and he's listening to that and he's voting in accordance with that individual doesn't have one of the largest says in how this country runs. 10 years is enough. I'm going in. I'll throw in with you. You on the right that called for resignations, you on the right that called for term limits when it comes to the Supreme Court, I'll partner with you. I am all in. Let's do it together. Let's get to the weather cave and find Too Tall Tom Szymanski.
Showers across.
I don't know anyone that does, over $4 a gallon. But can I ask you this? Why is the oil industry getting a pass? I mean, it's a really fair question. We can sit there and talk about, boy, the Keystone Pipeline, the permit went away. They had 4 years during the Trump administration to build the Keystone Pipeline, and they didn't build it. The oil industry in North Dakota opposed the Keystone Pipeline. And the reason they did was because it was a competitor of what we do here in North Dakota. So understand that. Before we all kumbaya on the Keystone Pipeline, they had 4 years to build it, and we didn't like it in the beginning. So, okay. And it also was going down to an area where the oil from Canada, which was crappy oil, tar sand oil, where that oil was being shipped overseas. So why are we willing to give the oil industry a pass? Why is it that they can have record profit after record profit after record profit, and you, the consumer at the pump, don't care? You just blame a president for the gas price. I don't get that. I'm more than willing to listen to anyone that can explain it, but understand where my points are when we're going to debate it. Now, those are policy issues. Those are real policy issues. I need to know why you think that the Keystone Pipeline was the key to why we're seeing higher oil prices and not the record profits by the oil industry themselves. If it taught us anything, it taught us the fact that we need diversity, that we should love ethanol, we should love biodiesel. For you farmers out there that are beating the drum about a permit here and a permit there, go ahead. Undercut what we do. This is an opportunity. This is a time. This is a time in America's history where we can really make our case. And I think you're very foolish if you don't. I'm going to add one more thing. If you want monopolies, then take a look at what's happening with the baby formula right now. Take a look at where monopolies got you when it came to baby formula. And if anything, that should scare you, and you've already seen signs of it when it comes to beef. So when babies are sitting there and hungry, and mothers are going to the southern border to get Similac, then by God, you got to ask yourself the question if government should get involved in that private business, if they should allow a monopoly. Isn't that a fair question for government? I mean, isn't it? When we come back, Bill Anderson right after this. If we can hook up with him. 5346. Want to thank the folks that sponsor our line here, our studio line. That is Laney's. Also, our text club at iConsultants of North Dakota. And one more time, I want to thank Welton's Tire Service for saying, make sure both sides are heard. Get the Republican convention on today, and then get the Democratic one on when it's their turn. And we will do just that. Steve, you're on News and Views. Go ahead, Steve.
Well, you're right about the Keystone Pipeline. The only thing that was doing for America was providing good-paying jobs for a year or two. It was never intended for oil to come to us. But where the policies of the current administration have come in is all these environmentalists they've put into places where, through banking, where oil companies are being cut from getting loans. They've cut permits for drilling. All that stuff. So that's what's hurting the oil industry. We rely on it.
Let me throw one at you, Steve. There's a whole bunch of wells that are going back into production that weren't in production. Agreed?
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
So, number one, why didn't they go in production right away?
Well, they got to get more money up on their own.
And
they can't.
And would you argue, Steve, that they are getting more than enough money?
It's hard to say, I guess.
Well, I mean, record profits.
They're making record profits.
They're public hold companies. You know what their profit is.
Yeah.
Right. I mean,
but like any industry, you need operating capital, and if the government has shut you off, or banks won't loan you money for operating capital, you're kind of out.
Well, okay, but Steve, here's the truth. The executives, when it comes to the oil industry, are getting richer and richer and richer. And you might say that's America. Good for them. What I'm saying is we're short of oil. And because of that, we've got record profits. And so because of record profits and the non-use of what we've already built, you're sitting there paying more at the pump. Now, okay, you can talk about permits on public lands. I agree with you on that. I do agree with you, but he didn't pull the permits that were on public lands. He stopped the future drilling on public lands. Agreed?
Agreed.
Okay.
Which is
so they had that.
Local governments do.
Yep. So my point to this, Steve, is that you're many in the oil industry are mad that he pulled the permits on new permits on public lands. I get it, but you can't, as an oil industry, be mad that you can't drill new wells when you're not using the wells that you already have.
Right. I got some mineral rights on about 22 acres northwest of Williston. I wish they would drill on that sucker, but
yeah. Thanks, Steve. You bet. I hope they do for your sake too. Let's get to Ted. Ted, you're on News and Views.
Hey, Joel, how's it going?
Going well, Ted.
Hey, greetings from God's country, southwest North Dakota, where it's green as it was brown last year.
Yeah. How did the pheasants come out of the winter, Ted? That's the big thing.
Not bad. The first blizzard in early April was a little tough on them, but not bad. I'm on a rural mail route, and I see a lot of birds out here, so it's not bad.
That's a good sign.
And if we have a good hatch, that's really more the key than anything is a good hatch, and we're set up for a good one with all the moisture that we've had and all the, the weeds and the seeds and everything that those little ones feed on.
Yeah. Yep. A little moisture helps out. Go ahead, Ted.
Yeah. I have a suggestion for you, Joel. We talk about a lot about the oil companies making record profits and maybe in some ways the farmers making record profits with the prices that they're getting right now. And it's possible maybe they are. But, I think of it like, okay, the farmer does not set the price of a loaf of bread no more than the oil companies set the price of a barrel of oil. And it would be a suggestion of mine to you. And I've tried to study this and see just where does the pricing really come from? Because it's, the oil companies don't set the price of a gallon of gas nor a barrel of oil. And everything I read a lot about speculators and hedgers, and it's not something I totally understand, but I would suggest to you someday to bring in some experts on this subject and get their take on just exactly how these prices are determined. And I think it would go a long way toward yourself and your viewers really understanding the pricing of it all.
You got it, Ted. You got it. We've had someone on like that, but that was months ago. He's an expert. He doesn't lean one way or another. He is out of Texas. He's not out of North Dakota. Just full disclosure. But the other argument I would make though is yes, a lot of these oil companies are they do compete for that well. But the one thing that's different with them than the average farmer is while each farm might be an independent business, is the farmers can't collectively get together and say, look, we're going to only develop so much oil. I mean,
well, they could, Joel, if they decided to be united, and it's been tried with NFO and different things. And yes, the key to them is production and agreeing, but it'll never happen because they're the most independent people on the face of the earth. So that'll never happen.
Right.
But I think 2 years ago, they were trying to give oil away, and it was selling at negative numbers, and they were losing money hand over fist. And I'm not defending anybody here, not in any way, shape, or form, but it'd be fun or interesting to me to really get to the nuts and bolts of exactly how this is determined.
Yeah. Well, I gave you my word. I'll do it, Ted. I will.
Hey, have a great day.
You bet. You too. Stay safe on the route. Let's get to, clockwise I can do it. Herb, you're on News and Views. Go ahead, Herb.
Yeah, did you know Biden pulled 3 permits yesterday, 2 in Alaska and 1 in Texas?
On public lands?
Yeah, probably. What difference does that make?
Well, what it makes is he can't pull permits on private lands.
Well,
unless
I just said he did. He did.
Were they in violation of environmental laws, Herb?
I don't have that information. But
now, come on.
What
Herb.
I'm saying is,
Herb,
what I'm saying is,
Herb,
wait a minute,
Herb. I'll let you say what you want afterwards.
Okay.
But many times when these permits are pulled, they're pulled based upon the fact that the individual that has the permit isn't doing what they agreed to do.
Okay, well, if you have proof that they aren't, then that's fine, because I don't and you don't either.
But I'm not the one that came out and said it's Biden's fault for pulling the permits.
Well, he did it.
Well, but you don't know why he did it. That's my point. I mean, tell me where these permits are that he pulled, and I will gladly look into why the permits were pulled. But
I just did.
my question to you is, if they were in violation of what the permit held, would you say he was okay by pulling the permit?
Yeah, if that's the case, I would.
Then let's dig into it.
I just told you there's 2 in Alaska and 1 in Texas. Go check it out.
I will. No, Herb.
Okay,
I owe it to you to check it out.
Let me add one more thing.
Yeah.
When he was elected, one of the first things he did was try to pull all the permits on federal land, and he would have done it, except a federal judge came in and said he didn't have the right to do it. And what that did is scare all the lenders away and scare everybody in the oil industry by saying it's all Biden and he will not support us.
Okay.
And that's why they're not drilling.
Herb, they don't even need to drill as much as they need to pump. Ask some mineral rights owners why they're frustrated because they're not pumping so they can get paid the mineral rights they have coming. Herb, it's a controlled price. They're getting record profits, Herb, and no one wants to look at it and say, all right, you've gotten more than your share. I want the oil on the market. Nobody looks at that. They just sit there and criticize it as though, oh, my God, we're lucky to have the oil industry. Well, yeah, we're lucky to have the oil industry. I burn gas. You know what? I just ordered a rig, Herb, I'm going to wait for, that's going to burn gas. It's not based on electricity. So I'm with you on that. What I'm saying is they are more than using the crisis to make sure that they make profit.
Well, I'm just telling you what I have heard, and what I have heard is the lenders don't want to lend. I mean, you can dispute everything I say.
Yeah. Okay. And I just promised Ted a little bit ago that I would get someone on, Herb, to speak to it. And I'll give you the same word, okay?
Okay, fair enough.
You bet. I promise you. All right, let's get to the weather cave and visit with Too Tall Tom and Mr. Szymanski. I got one thing to say to you. You know, 0-1 isn't a bad record to have after the first week in football. Mhm.
first day in office.
Yep.
That was a deadly blow to the oil industry because it gave them notice for fighting the war on oil, and
So-
of course everybody gets really scared to invest money back into oil.
So why did the U.S. oil industry not like the Keystone Pipeline, Steve?
I'm not where they didn't like it. It was all set up. It would have been, first of all, they had to fight permitting and the environmentalists for the first 2 years of the administration's time to get anything done.
So
and I've heard people that
I want to go back to the Keystone, though, Herb
Okay.
or Steve. That's what you brought up. So the oil industry here fought the Keystone Pipeline, and the reason that the explanation they gave was it was Canadian tar sand, it was dirty oil, and they had to compete against it as an industry. The other thing I would argue was under the Trump administration, they had the permit. Agreed?
No, they fought.
Yeah, oh, they did. Under
no.
Donald Trump, they had the permit to build it. So why didn't they build it
fought
then?
They fought the environmentalists. They fought the
Sure, they fought it. Sure, they fought it. That didn't matter. They had the permit, Steve.
They couldn't go without getting everything approved by everybody.
Steve,
not just one.
they had the permit. EPA gave the permit. They could have built the pipeline. They didn't build it.
No, they were
Not to
fighting
mention,
all the other.
no,
all the other
Steve,
environment-
no. Go look it up. No. The other part is the Canadians themselves, because that's what we're talking about, didn't take the pipeline to their West Coast because that's where the oil's going anyway. They wanted to ship it overseas. I'm sorry. But, okay, here, let's recap. They had the permit for 4 years. They didn't build it. Number one. Number two, they weren't willing to build it on their own land, and it's dirty oil. Number three, our oil industry fought it. So we can sit there and use it as an example of anti-oil. I think then you owe it to yourself to ask why our U.S. oil companies didn't like it. And here's why. Because they were going to use U.S. soil for something for us to compete against. And here's another factor, right? And this was my sister that did this. She got the Democrats to go along so that we could sell oil overseas. You couldn't do that before. You couldn't do it. And she did that for the oil industry. And what did she get? She got Harold Hamm being the financer for Kevin Cramer's campaign. So trust me, I don't trust him either. Good riding with you, folks.
was thinking about you guys all day today, but we'll let you know about all the latest. Here's what's coming up today. Welton's Tire Service, your local one-stop shop for tires, friendly service, and more. You can find them in Lisbon. Wants us to bring you some of the sounds going on down Rochester. You've got the Republican Minnesota convention that started today. They have to wrap up by 6 p.m. tomorrow. They got a lot of work to do. We're going to kick off the show visiting with Bill Werner, our Capitol correspondent with the Minnesota News Network. We've got some local representatives and senators as well that are going to be phoning in, telling you what they're hearing, who they're going to be endorsing or who they want to see endorsed for the gubernatorial candidate. We've got all of that. Your rock requests, you can send those in right now to 35270. As is tradition, you send them in, we play them on a Friday, whatever gets you into that weekend groove. Plus, we got Erica Rapp from FargoUnderground.com. That's brought to you by the Boiler Room. We got $25 waiting you. Aaron Duma, we're going to tell you about a benefit going on at Fargo Brewing. And I've got a couple of tickets to Kansas. That's next Saturday at Shields Arena. I'll tell you how you can win those and more coming up right after this KFGO News. A little word of advice. Hold on to those car doors just a little bit tighter today if you want to get in, get out. That wind, annoying. I already know it if you've been out there, but it might catch you by surprise. I think I saw that in the metro area, or at least in the southeastern part of the state on the North Dakota side. We had gusts, I think, over 50 already today. Yeah, so especially if you have, another car that's parked right next to you, it'll get away from you. Hold on tightly all through the evening here, because it sounds like all the way to 8 o'clock that's going to be blowing through the area. So a number of things coming up today. I already told you about some of the candidates that we've got coming up locally here. I know we have this state convention going on, but a large part of this listening audience here on KFGO live in the west central part of the state. So what we want to do, aside from getting you in contact with Bill Werner, our Capital correspondent, friend of the show, out in Rochester, thanks to Welton's Tire Service for asking us to go and tell you what's going on in these state conventions. Bill's going to give us the lay of the land. Here's what's going on out in Rochester. Here's the contested races. Here's what I'm hearing as far as who's got the upper hand. But locally here, these candidates that are going out to Rochester, some of them already there, I want to hear from them. And I hope you do as well, because they're the ones that are asking for your vote. So not only letting us know what they're running for, why they are asking for your votes, but what they want to see with their party out in Rochester. So that's coming all up throughout the day here. We'll have our usuals, your rock requests, of course, at 35270. And somebody talking about certified beggars. Andrew WK, which is our typical Friday introduction. Thank you. You're right. I can at least use that term for this, Andrew WK. I appreciate that. But you send in what you want here. It is Friday the 13th. I don't know how many of you are superstitious or just a little stitious, but we'll play I'll have a little bit of fun with that because we're thinking Frankenstein, those monsters. You got to play me. Eric Johnson's my producer, by the way. I'm Tyler Axis, your host. Werewolves of London. And I'm really hoping that when I hear that, I don't instantly get in a fit of rage because it sounds like Kid Rock's Summertime whatever.
So make sure I get Warren Zevon. And
yes.
Not...
If I will leave the show today, and some people might in fact want that, but I don't want it to be because of a stupid Kid Rock song that ripped off Werewolves of London. Y'all think it's a ripoff of Sweet Home Alabama. It isn't. It's not Leonard Skinner. It's Werewolves of London that he ripped that song off from. And you know how I feel about that. I said if there was ever one song I could go the rest of my life never, ever hearing again, it's that Kid Rock song. But you can send in what you want here. Of course, that's what we do as a tradition. Have a little bit of fun on a Friday here. I do have a Name That Beer as well. Every now and then on a Friday, I've got some of these old-time jingles, and I'll ask you to name that beer. And if you do, I got a pair of tickets to Kansas. That's going to be at Shields Arena. That is next Saturday, May 21st. 7:30, the doors do open down there. So Kansas, you can carry on my wayward son. But we'll do the old Name That Beer a little bit later on today as well. A couple of other things. There is, speaking of beer, a benefit that's going on to help Ukraine and refugees of Ukraine because, quite frankly, this war that Putin has still been ramping up, and there's no signs of this having a peaceful resolution anytime soon. There's a local way to help. You know that there's a lot of Ukrainian neighbors right here in the upper Midwest. Aaron Duma is going to be joining us, and they have this I don't need a ride, I need a beer. A play off of what President Zelensky said, I don't need a ride, I need ammo, when they were offering aid and an escape route for him from Ukraine when this invasion started. So we'll tell you where, how you can go and enjoy a nice cold beverage, and how that helps Ukraine in this ongoing war. I'm Tyler Axel. I'm going to take this early break. Bill Werner, our friend and Capital correspondent, he's in Rochester. We're going to get the latest from him, and I want to again thank Welton's Tire Service. You're a local one-stop shop for tires, friendly service, and so much more. You can find them down in Lisbon, North Dakota. Bill Werner, when we come back here on a Friday edition of Afternoons Live, stick around. We're not heading to London. We're heading to Rochester. Bill Werner, our friend and Capitol correspondent, he's at the Minnesota Republican Convention. I want to thank Welton's Tire Service for sponsoring today's show when we do these check-ins. Bill, how are things? Fast-paced down there, I can only imagine.
You can hear me okay, I hope, right? I stepped off the convention floor because it's so loud, nobody can hear themselves think, even in there, Hey, here's what's been going on so far. And, this is all prelude, as they say, to the main event, which would be the endorsement for governor. They just took a key vote on the convention floor just a couple of minutes ago because there was a motion to move the governor's endorsement to basically to the head of the line. And that failed, interestingly enough. The delegates apparently are concerned that some of the other races might get short shrift. The folks on the other side were saying, hey, we need to be out of this convention center by 6:00 p.m. tomorrow night because there's another group that has to come in, and we might run out of time to do the governor's endorsement. But the folks who said, let's take care of the other offices first, do endorsements on those first, they held sway, held the day, and so we'll see what happens, whether they have enough time to do the governor's endorsement or whether they run out of time at 6:00, when the clock runs out at 6:00 on Saturday night.
It's an interesting vote. I think it's the wrong decision from afar because you have how many candidates and how many rounds you might have to go through for this gubernatorial nomination.
That is the argument that the other side is making. So one of the things that is going to speed things up here at this convention, there was a key vote that was taken late this morning, early this afternoon, and that is on whether to use electronic clickers as opposed to paper ballots. A big debate about that. Folks said that, hey, there's a company that has political slants and was trying to influence this and send it the paper ballot route instead of the electronic clicker route. But the convention decided to use the electronic voting devices, and that will speed up the balloting a lot, Tyler. But still, with the number of candidates in the race for governor, you're going to have introductory speeches. You're likely to have multiple ballots. You'll probably have speeches at some point by various candidates. Decisions to either stay in and drop out by various candidates. Now, that's a long, multi-hour process, and that probably is not going to actually begin actual balloting probably until tomorrow morning would be my guess. You might have introductory speeches tonight, but I don't know. We'll have to see what happens. It's all in the state of flux. But,
it sounds, like I'm curious what the Secretary of State candidates think about electronic voting versus the paper ballots, but that's a conversation I won't pull you into. I just found that interesting.
There was discussion about that for certain on the convention floor, and I might say pretty heated discussion, Tyler.
Okay, well, I won't pull you into that. I'll ask some of our other candidates that are coming out.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
A good idea.
Is there any talk? Because I'm not sure what event's coming up tomorrow. It's not really important. It's unfortunate the planning wasn't a little bit better thought out, or however this shook out. You feel bad for the people that have put the time and effort that traveled to go to Rochester, and now they have this rushed as it's going to have to be.
It's an unfortunate set of circumstances, and I'm not obviously privy to all the decisions that were made and why not another day or was another day available and all those kind of things. But it does put it's a very unusual situation. I don't want to say it certainly never happened, but at least in my memory, this kind of a hard stop really has not occurred, at least not so early in the day. It's one thing if you say, well, 1, 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, people are falling asleep or whatever, right? I guess that's maybe not a hard stop, but it effectively is. But having something at 6:00 on Saturday night, that's putting them under a real time crunch.
That is, and it makes me wonder, you're going to be pulling an all-nighter out there tonight? Are you going to be seeing the sun rise this morning out there, Bill?
Yeah, I don't know. Well, we do that in legislative session. We'll do that in the legislative session next weekend. I don't know. We're going to have to see. We're prepared to do it, obviously. It will depend, I would assume, on what kind of progress they make and if there's a natural break point. Maybe they'll do this. I don't know. Again, I'm just thinking out loud here. Okay, so take that for what it's worth. But maybe they will say, oh, we'll try to get the candidate introductory speeches in tonight, even if we go late. Push to get the other endorsements done, then get the candidate introductory speeches. That might be a natural break point. Give the delegates a chance to digest, cogitate upon it, either as they're sleeping or going to a party, a late party. And then begin the endorsement process in earnest in the morning. But again, I'm not, there's anybody that I've really talked to on that. That's just kind of a feel, and maybe that might be a rhythm that it would possibly go.
This gubernatorial race for this endorsement, I think, is the talk for a lot of people that are observing Minnesota politics. Do you get the sense that anyone's got the upper hand? I know that the two frontrunners are Gazelka and Jensen, but is there any sense you're getting out there? I don't care if it's based on those big, beautiful, expensive signs or just the name buttons. Does somebody have the upper hand, in your opinion, that you're getting a sense for?
The problem is you get spin from so many different directions. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And about the closest thing we probably have in terms of a scientific sample of it is the Survey USA poll that came out just yesterday that shows, as you mentioned, that Jensen would do best against Tim Walz. And Gazelka would do almost as well against Tim Walz. But the key thing that survey does not tell you is what is the attitude of the delegates in this convention hall? Are they looking at it the same way, or are there other things that come into play? And so that's why I'm not answering your question, I guess, Tyler.
No,
probably because I'm not sure if it's possible to, at least until we get some balloting and kind of get an idea of which way the momentum is going or not going.
One thing that that if I were doing the strategery, as was coined many, many years ago on the politics here, and this is, I think, really going in, not just in Minnesota, but what's taking place in Republican circles across the country is you've got this batch of candidacy that says, well, I'm the outsider. I'm not a career politician. In fact, I think it was Mr. Jensen that said that on this very network on KFGO earlier today.
Sure, and Kendall Qualls has said the same thing too, and some of the other candidates too, right? Neil Shaw, and as an example, right? Essentially, that they're fresh folks and not sullied by political activity in an elective office.
Yeah,
right?
It's a tough sell when one's a former state senator and one was in the House as well. But those are the two front runners.
Correct.
I think whoever can paint themselves as the biggest outsider probably stands the better chance. From my observation, all these many miles away, that's just where I'd be watching this debate transpire.
Yeah, and then there are, of course, other folks here, more seasoned folks. There are a lot of folks in the convention that have that view, And then there are others, and I dare say they may be a little bit more seasoned veterans who say, yes, but ultimately we need to look at electability here. And who's the most electable of these candidates? Well, that's kind of a tough call. I think, Jensen and Gazelka certainly are up in that category, probably. At least seasoned political analysts would say that. But again, it depends. And if you get somebody who really ignites with the delegates, you might get enough energy to get everybody really working. I mean, this is the concern, of course, is that if this convention comes out with an endorsement that not everybody buys into, then what happens? One of the things that is significant that I should mention, too, I don't know how much more time we have left here, Tyler, but the chair of the Republican Party of Minnesota, David Hand, said, and in his opening remarks in the convention this morning, that all of the candidates for all these offices have agreed to abide by the endorsement. In other words, not to go to the primary. Now, I believe that David Hand, I've known him for a number of years. I believe he's an honorable man, and I believe that he's saying the information that he has. Whether, in fact, some of these candidates might go to the primary despite that statement, presumably to Chairman Hand, Republican Chairman Hand, that remains to be seen. There's some who say, well, maybe this candidate won't, or this candidate won't for that reason. So, but if they abide, if they're saying that, they may be saying that too, just to say, hey, delegates, let's get an endorsement out of this,
Well,
right?
and that was
increasing the value of the endorsement, or whether the endorsement would stick.
Bill. I got 1 minute here, and that was going to be my final question you're building up to here. So let's say with time allotments, you don't get a gubernatorial endorsement. Does that mean they're all running in the primary? Is that kind of the fallback?
Yeah, at least a good number of them would. Yeah, and then of course some of them aren't going to have the momentum enough to survive in terms of financing up to that point. But that's what it would mean. If we do get an endorsement, and if, as Chair Han is saying, that these candidates stick to their pledge and abide by it, honor it, then you got a pretty solid position moving forward. Short of that, you've got more tangling in the primary, and that gives Tim Walz an advantage, because then he's got a running start on this.
Yeah, and he's got the war chest built up. There's no doubt there, Bill. Bill, I'm going to let you go. I appreciate your live check-in from Rochester. Have fun out there. We'll be checking in on Wednesday, all right?
We'll have so much fun, I don't think I'm going to even hardly be able to tolerate it.
All right. I'll let you get back after, Bill. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Take care. Bill Warner, our Capitol correspondent, Minnesota News Network. He's in Rochester right now. I'm not sure if I said St. Paul. That's typically where he is when we check in. One thing I don't know if I find it interesting, but it's noteworthy because, there's an elephant in the room, no pun intended, and that's of Donald Trump. He's been involved in other gubernatorial races, I believe down in Georgia, for example, endorsing, and he hasn't stepped into the Minnesota race. I don't wonder if that would put anyone over the top or if that would, in fact, hurt anyone. We will never know. And in fact, we don't know if we'll get an endorsement tonight. We do know that Welton Star Service is going to have us continue this conversation. We'll do so after we check in with KFGO News. This is After News Live right here on KFGO.
News and weather this hour brought to you by Otter Tail Power Company, positively impacting communities they serve for more than a century.
Well, good afternoon, Rusty Halverson.
Good afternoon.
Thanks for coming in the studio here.
Coming off a fresh defeat on Audibles Junior.
Yeah, 0 for 2. I heard the game, the rip-off version of
Oh, no, it's
Audibles.
It's an ode. It's an ode.
I heard my producer, Eric Johnson, was doing work
He did
during
well.
It Takes Two.
He did well.
You were doing work all day today, and it was actually a conversation that we started yesterday during the show.
Yeah.
Because we're looking at the lack of planting. And I said, is there a point in time in which, look, if we don't get things in by this day for this crop, financially speaking, but just also the science of, I mean, I know you were going to make some phone calls. In fact, you did.
Yeah, we reached out to a friend of ours, Lance Gullison of Farmers Union Insurance in Lisbon, and he says there are a few dates to keep in mind for producers. And that is the incentive, because market prices that we have seen, if you can get out there, if you can get it in, yes, there are options. But I think the most important thing is to stay in touch with not only your agronomist, but also whoever may handle your crop insurance. And there are also tools to try and help you make that decision. A lot of individual decisions go into that. And we can talk about that next hour.
All right. I'll save that chair for you.
Okay.
If you can't wait till next hour, go to kfgo.com and just click on that agriculture tab. You can find Rusty's work. You can find Sarah Heinrich's work there as well. CBS National News right around the corner. When we come back, we're keeping our coverage for the first hour and a half here of the Minnesota Republican Convention. Welton's Tire Service wants us to tell you the story, and we're happy to do that. Representative from District 8A, Jordan Rasmussen. He's actually the state Senate candidate from the Fergus Falls area. He's in Rochester. We're going to hear from him, get the latest. I want to know who he's putting his vote for when it comes to this gubernatorial race as well. I'm Tyler Axis. This is Afternoons Live on KFGO. candidate. Jordan Rasmussen joins us right now. Representative Rasmussen, how are you on this Friday afternoon?
Good afternoon, Tyler. Doing great down here in Rochester at the Minnesota Republican Party State Convention. We have over 2,000 delegates here, and I think we're excited to turn Minnesota red this November.
And the number of delegates, is that record-breaking? I seem to remember hearing that, Jordan.
We have had record turnout at conventions across the state this year, and we did a really interesting poll for the delegates that are here today, and about 55% of them are first-time delegates to the state convention. So that was really exciting to see new people turning out to participate in this important process of getting Republican candidates for statewide office endorsed and then committed to doing the work to winning this campaign.
So what do you think the reason is why there's so many new Republican delegates? And on the North Dakota side, which I'm just a little bit more familiar with, just to be upfront with you, same thing happened over here. The Republican convention, record-breaking numbers, a lot of new faces out there. What do you point that towards, saying, well, here's why they're coming out?
I think the biggest reason, Tyler, is that we have a lot of folks, especially in the area that I represent, that are just really upset about what they're seeing, both out of Washington and St. Paul. Especially with inflation, whether it's at the grocery store, at the gas pump, they're seeing the impact that bad policies are having on their day-to-day life. I think especially here in Minnesota, down in the Twin Cities, public safety has really been a big issue, not just for Minneapolis and St. Paul, but many of the surrounding suburbs. And that's also been driving people to participate and say, hey, if I'm going to complain about what's going on in my state and country, I have to get involved and do something to change it.
Okay. I think that's fair enough. And in fact, when I've been visiting, we have Bill Werner on, who I'm sure you're probably familiar with. He's roaming the halls out in St. Paul often. I'd pointed that out earlier in this process, saying, from afar here, you and I being over on the, kind of the border side where you've got that greater Minnesota approach versus the Twin Cities, but also the whole law enforcement side in the cities. It seemed like there was a perfect storm coming to really, get people looking at Republican candidates on this, especially the statewide level. Now, with perhaps some federal changes on a Supreme Court level, I'm wondering if that'll impact any momentum, especially in that cities area. But I'm curious, out there with delegates, you've got this gubernatorial race coming up. Have you made your mind up before we dive into your race? Who's going to be getting your support for the endorsement?
I haven't made any endorsements. I think we've got some really good candidates that have different approaches, different backgrounds. So I look forward to listening to them here later today and tomorrow to see what their vision is to not just get Minnesota on the right track and what their policies are, but also making sure that they can put a campaign together to beat Tim Walz in November, because I think for myself and for a lot of us, that's our number one goal.
Yeah, I was wondering if it was electability. It's interesting, when from afar here, I think it's safe to say the front runners as of now with Paul Gazelka and Mr. Jensen out there. And I think the latest poll that came out shows those are the two most likely that could potentially beat incumbent Governor Walz. I'll be watching. I hope you get to the endorsement process knowing you got a tight time frame out there as far as 6 p.m. tomorrow. The doors switch hands and the keys got to go to someone else, which I feel bad for you and delegates out there that everything's got to get rushed. But a lot of decision, short time to do so. I have no doubt if you guys put your nose to the grindstone, you can get it done. Let's bring it back to your district here. You are a current representative in District 8A. You're running for the state Senate, and I'm curious, why are you making the leap? Why are you going up to the Senate or attempting to?
Yeah, for me, it went back to when Senator Bill Engelbretson, who has served our area for the last 16 years in the state Senate, decided to retire and asked me to run. And, Tyler, I just think it's such an important inflection point for Minnesota, and we always say that every election is important. But this one I think is particularly important for the future of our state, and wanted to represent West Central Minnesota down in the state Senate, especially with my background in the business world. I think a lot of the issues we're facing right now are economic in terms of how can Minnesota get more competitive tax policy, and especially with our current budget surplus, fighting for permanent tax relief for Minnesotans is a big priority of mine. And I just felt after talking with members of the community that that was the right calling for me to pursue.
As far as this session's going on, you are currently in the House. Do you get the sense that you're going to have some form of an agreement done by the end of next week, or when that deadline approaches? I know that on your campaign website, which I'm at right now, you can go and join us at jordanrasmussen.com. I'm looking at where you have on your record as far as one of only 6 legislators out of 201 to vote against every single omnibus spending bill, for example. I bring that up. Do you expect to have some form of agreement done, knowing that it's an election year at the end of this year?
One good thing, Tyler, for folks to remember is that the Minnesota legislature, we're not in a budget year. And so unlike last year, we don't have to pass any new budget bills or any new spending to keep state government open. And so my biggest priority for this session was getting the unemployment trust fund refunded so that we didn't have a new tax on employers in the state of Minnesota to refund that unemployment insurance trust fund. We were able to get that done, so I was really excited to support that. And so for me, it's fighting for permanent tax relief over this next week. I think, unfortunately, Governor Walz and the Democrats probably aren't going to take a big tax relief agenda. And so I think we'll be leaving a substantial amount of our surplus on the bottom line. And we'll take the case to the voters this year in terms of the Democrats' plan to spend it all versus our plans, which is to look at permanent tax relief for Minnesotans, such as exempting Social Security income from Minnesota state income tax.
One more question I got for you, and I'm getting close to the clock, and I'll let you have a final word after this too about your campaign. And I kind of alluded to this when it comes to some federal changes. There was a leak, and people want to talk about the leak of the Supreme Court. The reason I bring this up because on the North Dakota side, where I'm sitting and where I represented the state Senate here, there's a trigger law that if that decision comes down to overturn Roe versus Wade, after X amount of days, it becomes illegal on North Dakota side. And there's talk, Minnesota, vastly different. You get the majority of the legislature and the governorship. What would you vote to do with that change, if anything?
That's a great question, Tyler, and I'm honored to have a 100% pro-life voting record and to be endorsed by Minnesota citizens concerned for life in my campaign for the state Senate. One unique feature that we have in Minnesota is the Doe v. Gomez Minnesota State Supreme Court decision that found that there's a right to an abortion in the state constitution. I obviously disagree with that Minnesota State Supreme Court ruling, but that will be the task for whoever gets elected this next November. And if Roe gets overturned or altered majorly this summer, is to look at what to do with Doe v. Gomez in the state of Minnesota. And that's something that is going to be really important for the pro-life movement here in Minnesota to take seriously and to pick the right strategy.
So at the end of the day, would you want to get that overturned in the state system and then to have it illegal or banned in Minnesota as well?
Yeah, for us, in order to really move forward with a meaningful pro-life agenda, we would have to look at how we would get Doe v. Gomez overturned. And so that would become our focus if Roe gets overturned this year.
Okay. Jordan, final word goes to you. And plus, if people want to learn more about your campaign, listening to us out in the Fergus Falls area, where do you suggest they go? And I'll let you have the final word.
Yeah, thank you, Tyler, again for having me on today. And yeah, I would love for folks to join our campaign effort. They can go to jordanrasmussen.com. For me, I'm running to make sure that greater Minnesota, west central Minnesota, where my family's lived for 6 generations, remains a great place to live, work, and raise a family. We've got a lot of work ahead of us here in Minnesota to get on the right track, but I'm confident that seeing the energy that I see today here in Rochester and across the state, that we're going to be successful. So, just go to jordanrasmussen.com to learn more.
Well, Jordan, I appreciate you stepping outside that conventional. Take some time for us. You take care, and we'll chat again soon, all right?
Thank you, Tyler.
You bet. Jordan Rasmussen, current representative out of District 8A, wants to be your state senator as well in that very same district. Your thoughts on what you just heard, you can let me know on the Act Consultants of North Dakota Text Club. That's at 35270. I'll take those. Also, your rock requests. Don't forget it's Friday, as is tradition here. You send them in. We'll play them between now and 5 o'clock. I want to thank Welton Star Service for, again, allowing us to get you some of the coverage that's taking place out in Rochester. Get your weather update from Two Tall Tom Szymanski. We'll wrap up the first hour of Afternoons Live next.
Currently 68 degrees at the KFGO studios. More Afternoons Live with Tyler Axis coming up right after this.
This being one of those requests, and by the name itself, I was unfamiliar, so I'm going to have it turned up to 11 here. Oh, yeah, I already hear it.
Kind of new wavy.
Thanks for sending that into 35270. Turn it up just a little bit. We've only got like a minute before we get caught up with CBS National News. We still got 2 hours left together. I want to know how big of a lowlife you have to be to go and break in to apartments of people that just were displaced because their building was on fire. Like, how low of an individual, how big of a scumbag, and I'm really trying my hardest to keep it clean because this is a family-friendly show. But you know the adjectives I really could use if you were sitting next to me belly up at a location right now. I mean, what in the world is wrong with people? To know that there was this large fire that displaced a few dozen people to just sit and bide your time. Just wait. They're not allowed to come back in. They took some of their possessions, not all of them. So we're going to go and see what we can get our hands on. Good God, I hope the police get these jerks. There, I almost slipped. I almost had to dump myself with that red button I tell you about. Oh, it's just unbelievable what people will stoop to these days. 35270. Somebody saying, that's my request for Friday. Thanks for doing that in. A number of things coming up in this next hour. We do have one more candidate we're going to be bringing to you from East Grand Forks, bringing it local here for the convention that's taking place out in Rochester. I want to thank again Welton's Tire Service down in Lisbon for allowing us to have this conversation. We will do the same on the Democratic side as well. Do I have time to get to Greg? Greg, you hang on. I'll get to you after the CBS News. I just got the head shake of, nope, don't take them. You'll be mad if I did because I won't give you enough time to get your point out, but I'll give you all the time I can. After CBS National News, we'll check in with Paul Jurgens in the KFGO News Center. When we do come back after the KFGO News, State Senate candidate Mark Johnson, East Grand Forks District 1. He's running for election up there. We'll find out his priorities and what he's hoping to get out of this Republican convention. On a Friday edition of Afternoons Live, this is KFGO Fargo. And if you have any other observations, your eyes out there on the road, you can send those into 35270 if you can do so safely. You can also call us. Laney's studio line is 237-5948. I'm going to get you caught up with KFGO News. We'll continue our coverage down in Rochester right after this. KFGO time is 3:10 Friday afternoon. I want to thank everyone for texting in your rock requests for a Friday, as is tradition. And I want to thank Weldon's Tire Service, your local one-stop shop for tires, friendly service, more down in Lisbon. As we did on the North Dakota side of the river, giving you all the sounds that you need from the political conventions. Now it's Minnesota's turn, and kicking it off today is the Republican convention down in Rochester. We've had a couple of individuals. Want to give you one more and introduce you to State Senator Mark Johnson, who represents District 1 in East Grand Forks. Senator Johnson, I hope your travels were enjoyable. Do you have a big wind problem on the way down to Rochester?
Hey, it's nothing down here like it is up there in the valley. Holy smokes! I've been getting reports from home. You guys are really getting blown around.
Yeah, I when you have the water standing in the fields as it does, but it almost looks like a lake because there's white caps. It's a little windy out there. But
yeah, that's not good.
No, I'm glad you were able to make it down there, and there's a record number of delegates, and I had asked our previous guest, who is hoping to be your colleague from the Fergus Falls area, and Jordan Rasmussen, current House member.
Wonderful. Yes.
Yeah, but as far as there seems to be energy on the Republican side. at these conventions. Same thing happened in North Dakota, record numbers. I guess I'm going to ask you, what's the biggest challenge for Republicans in Minnesota right now this year?
Yeah, that's good. I mean, we are super excited as far as the grassroots groups that are coming up. So it's fun to see that. Before, I think in 2016 during the Trump year, everybody was kind of more in a silo, like I'm going to vote for me and all that sort of thing. It's like not necessarily part of an organization. This year, people are like, we realize we have to become a part of an organization, band together to make sure that we're supporting the candidates that are out there espousing our values. And so it's fun to see all these new people in, but the process of, the party politics is really new to a lot of people. So just making sure that they understand what's going on so they don't feel like, wait, you're cutting us out of what's going on, or you're not allowing X, Y, and Z that we want to do. And the reality is there's a procedure and a process for that. And just getting familiar with that takes time. So we've got to do a really good job from the party perspective of bringing new people in and just showing them the ropes. And that's really been the challenge this year.
Yeah, you know what? And that's the most eloquent way I've heard it spelled out, because it's, from what I've gathered at some local conventions here, it's those first-timers that probably don't know. And I'm not trying to take a cheap shot at them. They just don't know, as you say, the way of which, you have bylaws, you've got rules, you've got all these things. And the frustration sets in because, you know what? I've been on this the North Dakota side. I've been in the State Senate. It gets dry and it gets boring, and boy, if it drags on, do I get angry. And I'm sure for them it is as well. And the thing that is such a unique challenge for your party right now in Rochester, you got a very narrow window to get your work done. I mean, the doors, you got to hand the keys over at 6:00 tomorrow evening.
That really puts a challenge. But at the same time, if we had 4 days, guess what? We'd fill up 4 days. And if we have 2 days to really do the work, people will feel that rush. So it's bad in the sense that we can't completely air out maybe some of the discussions, but in a way, it really kind of consolidates what we need to do, hopefully shortening up some of those conversations at the same time, and getting the process done a little bit quicker, because people do want action. If it goes much longer, like you say, sitting there through the rules or through the procedural votes and things, people are looking at inflation. They're looking at the stuff going on in our education system. They're talking about police reform issues. Those are the things that got them driven into this party. So procedural issues, you just want to go out and find a good restaurant while that stuff is going on. So
maybe a cold beverage to help get you through the. One of the big things, my guest right now is Senator Mark Johnson, East Grand Forks. You've got a number of candidates that want to be your endorsed candidate for governor. And earlier today, there was an attempt to get that vote moved to the front line. That was rejected. I'm curious, have you made your mind up in who you're going to be supporting for that endorsement?
I tell you, I've got several really good friends that are vying for that position right now that I'm particularly excited about. So it's hard for me. Each one has such good qualities. I'm not going to, show my hand on which one I'm going for, because after this event is over, we got to get behind whoever it is. If somebody does come out with the endorsement, and I don't want anybody to have hard feelings about that, but we've got excellent candidates for that governor's race. But what makes me even more excited is we have some excellent candidates for, like, attorney general. We've got Keith Ellison here in the state of Minnesota. Keith Ellison actually was elected in the state of Minnesota, which blows my mind. So we got to get some people that can move the needle and win those races. Secretary of State, when you think about the election issues that are going on, the people are very, very concerned about. He's in charge of a lot of those things. So these are critical races that get kind of lost in the dust or in the shadow a little bit of the governor's race. So it's more than just the governor. I know that's what gets people excited, but man, we've got a whole slate that we got to get through. And I'm hoping this electronic process of voting will help us get those endorsements out so people can get to work.
Senator, I'm going to ask this question, and there might be a little tongue-in-cheek, so take that with a grain of salt. When you talk about the election issues in the Secretary of State's race, and one of them, everyone's demanding we need paper ballots, and then the Republican Party goes electronic. Level that out for me. How can we do that electronically on the convention floor, but then we want to have paper ballots and make sure that everything's a little more paper trails in a general election.
Yeah. So I think you hear a lot. There's a lot of people that are very, very loud on the paper ballot issue. So they want to have paper ballots and everything. But I shouldn't say even a lot of people. I think that's a smaller minority than what it sounds like, just because of the way that they've been vocalizing that and getting attention. I think we understand that electronic is a much more smooth system, but we've got to make sure that it's safe and secure. And Minnesota GOP has done a good job of demonstrating to the delegates and the alternates that are there, that are voting on that right now, that, look, here's what these machines do. Here's how they're hooked up. Here's how we count. That a majority of the delegates have said, yeah, okay, that sounds secure. That sounds safe. We can audit that because each one of those controllers has a number on it, so we can kind of link the votes up. So it makes sense to them. So if we had that sort of security in our elections where people felt very, very comfortable, I think we'd have a much better process here in the state of Minnesota, too, on general elections and state-run elections.
Senator Johnson, you're from East Grand Forks. You're on the opposite side of the river that I'm on, but, we can both probably throw a rock and have it land on the other state. Explain the Republican Party. It seems to have perhaps, and maybe I'm reading this wrong, a stronger foothold in the greater Minnesota, places like where you represent. Are you bringing that message down to Rochester? I know certainly in St. Paul there's been, the greater Minnesota versus, I think, some of the tendencies of the city, and that was on full display during this pandemic. But has that been a challenge for you?
Yeah, that has been a big challenge. I mean, we understand our rural policy, our rural politics, and that sort of thing. But there is, and we've got to acknowledge that too as the Republican Party, that there is different interests and needs that are happening in the metro area and the suburbs that we've got to be sensitive to in ways that maybe that we hadn't before, which is going to be a big deal coming up to this next election season. But at the same time, we're rural legislators from across the state. And if you look at the map, it's all red, except for a couple of blue dots around Minneapolis, St. Paul, Duluth, and then a few other smaller scattered ones. But, the Minneapolis, the Hennepin County, Ramsey County folks really don't have that connection anymore with rural Minnesota. Whereas, they don't get out, the legislators don't necessarily get out to rural Minnesota to understand the issues that are happening. And same, with the rural legislators, we're coming in here, we're living for 5 months down here. We see it every day. We kind of get a feeling for what's going on down here. So it's hard. It's a real hard dynamic to kind of get our hands around. And it's actually unfortunate that we're kind of losing that mix across the state of, blue and red being in both as far as rural and metro being represented in both caucuses, because it does just end up being a rural Republican against a metro Democrat.
Yeah.
And we don't understand. We're not speaking the same languages anymore.
Well, and I think, the District 4 here, and of course you got Moorhead, you got Dilworth, but you got, Representative Mark Court, Senator Kent Deacon. They might be about the only two. I mean, maybe that's just because of the proximity of where I'm at, and they're saying, look, it's been fun, but I'm out of here. So it'll be interesting. One thing over the last 5 years, politics have certainly changed, as you're well aware. You're up for re-election. If you want to have this opportunity, now's the time to tell people where they can learn more about your candidacy. And I've enjoyed the conversation, Mark. I'll let you go.
Hey, thank you so much for the time. This has really, really been a fun interview here. Hopefully we get to do this again.
You bet.
But if you're looking for more information, if you're up in Senate District 1 or you're just interested or curious, just Mark Johnson for Senate. It's my webpage, and then you can find me on Facebook. I'll be over there too as well. So enjoy any sort of questions or conversations. Give me a call or email. If you're for limited government and more freedom, I'm your guy. So appreciate the opportunity to be on here, and hopefully we get to talk soon.
Yeah, you bet. I got your number, so you just answer next time we call, all right?
Very good.
All
very
right.
good.
Yeah, take care. Mark Johnson, he's state senator up in District 1 and East Grand Forks. Again, I want to thank Welton's Tire Service for allowing us to just get a sneak peek of what's going on out in Rochester. We're going to give you a sneak peek of what's going on in downtown Fargo in just a little bit. Erica Rapp from FargoUnderground.com. She'll be joining us. I got $25 in a gift card burning a hole in my pocket to the boiler room. I want to send you with that gift card this weekend. I'm Tyler Axis. You are listening to Afternoons Live right here on KFGO. So we're taking your rock requests as always on a Friday. All you have to do is send in what you want to hear at 35270. As somebody texts in, Gloria. Now, we didn't get the artist with that, so there's like 5 different versions of A Gloria. That's the name of the title. I have no idea if this is what song you wanted to hear by Laura Branigan, but we went with it. You said that's your rock request. It was Gloria, and if that's not the one, send back which artist you actually want. We got David Bowie coming in. We got Donnie Iris. We've got a whole other just gamut of people that are certainly texting in your song requests. I appreciate that. Here's what I want. I want you to name that beer. And what I want you to do at 35270, I'm going to play a clip from a commercial that was for a beer. And if you text in the right beer after you name that beer to 35270, I'm going to randomly give one of you that gets it correct a pair of tickets to Kansas, the band Kansas, Shields Arena. That's taking place next Saturday. 7:30 is when the doors open there. Okay, so I got my little trusty soundboard over here. I cut up some of this one's going to be real easy. Don't say, "Toad, that was a real easy one." Just get ready to text in the right answer to name that beer. Here we go.
Real man of genius.
Do you want to hear it one more time? Name that beer. Of what beer had this in one of their commercials?
Real man of genius.
You text in the right answer to 35270, and you wait for me to text one of you back, and you and a friend, family member are going to Kansas next Saturday. That's going to be at Shields Arena again. 7:30 is when the doors open there. Lots of messages coming in. A lot of wrong answers, I might add. I'm going to hit it up one more time. I need to go to the right one.
Real man of genius.
I'm still new with the soundboard. Hear me out. We'll get it together. Text it in, name that beer, and we'll come back with the answer and, of course, the winner. Erica Rapp, FargoUnderground.com. One of you is also going to win $25 in a gift card. That's right after we check in with KFJO News on a Friday edition of Afternoons Live. I'm Tyler Axis. Stick around.
News and weather this hour brought to you by Dakota Monument. Dakota Monument Company, making memories last forever. Call for an in-home consultation.
Oh, the Highwaymen, the original boy band, according to
my
Rusty
favorite,
Halverson.
my fave from 1985.
Yeah. I'd like to see you, like I said that day, the only person that would have let that slide is Willie Nelson, because he would have just said, well, here, take a hit of this.
Waylon would have punched me first.
Yes. Okay, before I got you caught up with KFGO News, I do this Name That Beer every Friday when I'm actually in studio. I'm not on the road. I'm going to play the clue one more time. A lot of you text in, so if you can text into 35270 and name the beer that this song was from, one of you is going to go to Kansas. This is the clue one more time.
Real man of genius.
People in the studio are beginning to wonder, in fact, what that is. Here is your answer.
We salute you.
Bud Light presents Real Men of Genius.
Real man of genius.
Today we salute you, Mr. Pro Sports Heckler Guy.
Mr. Pro Sports Heckler Guy.
They say those who can't play, coach. Apparently those who can't coach sit 30 rows back, shirtless, shouting obscenities.
Oh, that's right, motherfucker.
Thanks to you, our team is armed with game-winning tips like catch the ball and throw it.
Shout it out now.
You stink. That sucks. What a bunch of losers. Not just catcalls, but subtle psychological ploys to prod your team to victory.
Reverse psychology.
So here's to you, old sultan of shouting, because while there may be no I in team, thanks to you, there's always an F and
Bud
a U.
Light was the
Bud Light
correct
beer,
answer.
Anheuser-Busch, Missouri.
Bud Light, Real Men of Genius. There was a whole series of those that are going on. Rusty Halverson,
Yeah.
You knew it, didn't you?
Yeah. I've been around a while in radio, and we
played those.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I hope that Anheuser-Busch enjoyed that free advertisement.
Yeah, I was just going to say.
They're probably not happy upstairs, but
no, they'll send out a bill.
I know the guy that actually has that account, so that's fine.
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, we were talking the last hour about the planting progress.
Yes, little
Lack thereof.
planting dates, crop insurance dates you want to keep in mind, and also some tools that you can use if you are a producer and you're trying to make up your mind, should I plant, should I not plant? And we visited with Lance Gullison, Farmers Union Insurance in Lisbon, and the decision to plant, Tyler, is really unique for each operation. Depends on your soil, depends on your inputs, your fuel costs, and whatnot. And Lance says the decision this year a bit more complicated because of the current futures price and cash levels for many crops. Now, NDSU, Tyler, has a very good tool that Lance suggests that producers go to, Extension Prevented Planting, and we have that up on the website, kfgo.com, under the Agriculture tab, and you can hear all of Lance's comments. We've got the story up there, too. But again, NDSU Prevented Planting tool that you can go to.
They always have the tools, and it's important that people know about them so they can actually use them throughout this volatile, weather that we've been in. Whether it's been so dang dry, now it's so dang wet for most of the area, and now it's so dang windy on top.
Yeah. Well, that wind, that might help
drying
a little
out
bit.
a little.
Yep.
Some of those, and I said it tongue-in-cheek to our last guest, but you have some fields that got enough water on this wind. There's like white caps almost out there.
Yeah.
It's blowing strong. But.
Yep.
Rusty, I appreciate that. I'm going to let you go and you enjoy your weekend.
All right. Thank you, Tyler.
All right. Rusty Alverson, Sarah Heinrich, they're the best in the biz, multi-award winning journalists of agriculture. You can go to kfgo.com, find about this tool and more of their work. I'm going to get you caught up with some CBS National News when we come back. Erica Rapp from FargoUnderground.com. We'll see what's going on in downtown Fargo. That's brought to you by the Boiler Room right here on KFGO. Stick around. Erica Rapp is here to talk about downtown Fargo with Fargo Underground, brought to you by the Boiler Room. When does Top Gun 2 come out? Do you know?
I think it's soon. Because I
did know that. There's a trailer, but you don't have the date. I thought you would be already purchasing tickets.
That's true. But I feel like after it got delayed like a million times, I just kind of stopped keeping track. I did see that Lady Gaga is on the new soundtrack for it.
Yeah, because I heard the song. And remember in the first one when they had that awkward scene, Tom Cruise and her?
Yeah.
And you had that Take My Breath Away song. I have no doubt in my mind that Lady Gaga's song is in that part of the new movie.
Yeah, it's the kissing scene.
Yeah,
you think that she's got the kissing scene? We're going to call it now.
That's the kissing scene. When does it come out, Eric? Did you get an answer?
I believe it is May 24th, so just like 10 short days away.
Mm-hmm. All right, well, it's still time to get tickets.
I did see that reviews are already coming in for it and that they're pretty good.
Oh, somebody else texted in. May 27th comes into the text club.
Okay.
Are you sure back there?
Yeah, I mean, this has got, it must be a special premiere, but tickets purchasable in town at the movie theaters on Tuesday, May 24th.
Okay.
7 p.m. showing
on Fridays,
at either of them.
Yeah, what happened to the good old like Friday showing? Now you can get like movies premiere any day of the week now.
Yeah.
I bet you they do this because then they can say, "Look at how much." No, I have no idea. Wednesday at midnight, you can go to a midnight showing.
Yeah.
Because I suppose you get to count all those ticket sales towards like your opening weekend, right? Is that how this rolls?
I think so. I would imagine
That's how it is in my mind, and no one's told me otherwise.
Right.
You can be the first if you want it. 35270. I don't know if I'm right, but it feels right.
So yeah, we'll be seeing how that. We'll have to talk about that after I see it.
We will have that on that Friday's What's Going On.
Yes, and we've literally been talking about this for like 2 years.
I know. I think when we first got wind that it was official, I was like, "Hey, how are you feeling about this?"
Yeah, I'm very hesitant. So we'll see, because I don't feel like sequels or prequels or anything like that should happen to movies that are over 10 years
Top
old.
Gun was good enough on its own.
Right.
It doesn't need to be a sequel.
But there are things like Dumb and Dumber didn't need a sequel.
Correct.
And Zoolander and all of these things.
Those are two
Anchorman.
solid answers, 3 in a row.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, just let them
be.
Like, keep the thank God Old School didn't get a sequel. Thank God Animal House didn't get a sequel.
Yes.
I mean, just let it rest, but we'll find out. We'll get your take on that later on. What's going on this weekend in downtown?
Well, we've got Lagerfest at Fargo Brewing Company. It's already going on, but the special festivities start at 4:00. So they are featuring a bunch of their house-made lagers that they do, such as Fargo Original, Kenny's Lemonade, Moulin Barbe Rouge, El Jefe, the Hoff, and A-Team. And then at 4:00, they're going to be releasing 5 limited release lagers.
That's 15 minutes from right now.
It is. So it's 15 minutes until lager time.
You go over there and get your lager, text it in, tell me which one you got and how good it was.
Yes, let's
and bring KFGO with you on your mobile app. Make everyone else at Fargo Brewing listening to the last hour of Afternoons Live.
Yes, drink your lager, listen to KFGO.
There we go.
And you can also play Lagerschlagen, which is fun to say.
You want to give it one more shot?
Lagerschlagen. It's like Hammerschlagen, but Lagerschlagen.
But what's the difference?
I don't know. It sounds like they're probably just calling it.
They just named it? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Bach poking and Stein hoisting. Yeah, okay.
And again, Bach poking. Okay.
Bach poking is where they dip like a big hot iron into beer, and it caramelizes the sugar in beer, and it changes the flavor and gives it like a smoky, sweet flavor.
Oh.
Yeah.
I have never heard of this thing.
They do it. I think it's like an Oktoberfest thing too, because it does well with a lot of like maltier beers.
Sure, that makes sense if that's what they're intending to do. I'd never heard of it. All right, now I know.
It's cool.
You piqued my interest.
Yes, and there's also going to be food available from 5 to 9 from Luca's Italian Bistro. So whole bunch of lager, food, fun games, and stuff that you can play over at Fargo Brewing, again, starting now until they close. Tonight there's also Phase 1 is playing at the Aquarium. Doors are at 8:30, show at 9 o'clock. Support is going to be from Mercy, B2B Doll Beats, Affiliation, Chalupa, and Bwompster.
Bwompster is the band name of the week so far.
I'm going to go with Chalupa because it reminds me of Taco Bell.
Okay. Thanks for your reasoning behind. We all want
Thanks. I have rationale and Tyler doesn't. So this is going to be more of like an EDM dubstep kind of show. So if you're into that, go check that out at the Aquarium.
Who's going to be making an appearance there.
You.
No, I don't have the glow sticks.
This is 21 plus. Again, Phase 1 is going to be playing at the Aquarium tonight, starting at 9. Going into tomorrow, Creative Moorhead Art Market is going to be over at the Rourke Art Museum outdoors, kind of in the parking lot between that and the library. 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. It is a celebration of Moorhead creatives, and there's going to be a whole bunch of vendors where you can purchase crafts. There's going to be live music, food, and activities for kids, and it's just kind of a cool little community gathering over on the Moorhead side. Tomorrow night, there's also going to be live music from The Quarterly at Fargo Brewing Company. Doors at 7, show at 8 o'clock, 21 plus. This is, of course, Fargo's legendary Grateful Dead cover band. They have been playing Grateful Dead covers since 2007.
That's a long time to be playing Grateful Dead covers.
And there's a lot of like iconic musicians in that band too. So go check it out if you have not seen them yet. There's also going to be live music from Warren Christensen at the Troll Lounge at Sons of Norway on Saturday from 7 to 10 p.m. He plays a great mix of sing-along tunes such as Ray Lamontag. I actually don't think I've ever said that word out loud.
You're asking the wrong person if you want proper enunciation of anything that's not just basic English.
Amos Lee, Jack Johnson, and more, mixed with a few old and new country songs. And of course, the Troll Lounge has happy hour from 3 to $6 off all drinks, and music will start at 7 o'clock.
All right. That's at the Troll Lounge. I've heard such good things about that.
Yes. And they do have a really cool food menu now that we've talked about the last couple weeks. But if you're just listening for the first time, they've got a great bar food menu, and they've been doing, they've got trivia and unkaraoke and a whole bunch of other events that you should keep your eyes peeled for.
Mm-hmm.
Theater B is presenting their play, Mr. Burns, a post-electric play. It did get delayed. A bunch of their...
They've been hit with the COVID bug.
They got hit with the...
couple of times I've heard. They were
Yes.
on It Takes Two earlier this week saying, hey, we're rescheduling, but they've been
Right.
quite accommodating.
So as of now, it goes through May 22nd. They'll have shows Friday, Saturday, and matinees on Sunday. And I have been told what the show is about, but the best way I can describe it is The Simpsons in a post-apocalyptic world.
That's very unique.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's a little bit more abstract than that. And so if you're a Simpsons fan like me, I highly recommend checking it out. It
So
seems
that's
really
where
cool.
like Mr. Burns is actually Mr. Burns from The Simpsons?
I think so.
Okay.
But it's hard to explain. I'll read what their director is
There's
quoted
no
as saying.
cuss words in here because I think I just got myself in trouble in the previous
Nope, you're good.
Okay.
Mr. Burns is a show about a community living in a post-apocalyptic world where there is no more electricity and no one to entertain each other. The community members stage old episodes of The Simpsons as plays.
Okay.
Yeah.
That clears it up in my mind. I hope it clears it up for the rest of you as well. One more thing for us.
And we've got DJ Brunch with Cold Sweat on Sunday at 701 Eateries, 12 to 2 p.m. If you have not seen Cold Sweat before, go check it out.
And
He's
enjoy
very
some
cool.
brunch as well.
Brunch,
701 Eateries.
DJ, tunes.
I've
can't go
been to
on.
701 Eateries. Good food. You
Yes,
will not
delicious.
be disappointed.
And now that it's getting warmer out, you can go upstairs and sit on the patio.
Yeah.
Patio season's coming back. I'm
Finally,
excited.
finally, yes.
You know, as long as you don't blow away, I guess.
Yeah, today would not be the day to get on top of a roof of a building.
Yes.
I would not recommend. Erica, appreciate it. Anything
Wonderful.
before I let you go?
Nope. If you missed anything, you can go to fargounderground.com or check us out on Facebook.
Very good. Erica, it was fun. We'll chat again next
Awesome.
week.
Thanks.
You can check out fargounderground.com. That's brought to you by the Boiler Room. I encourage you to check them out in downtown Fargo. $25 in a gift card coming to caller number 8 to 237-5948. That $25 is yours to get you this weather update from Tom Szymanski. Wrap up hour number 2 of Afternoons Live right after this. We'll tell you about it next, right here on KFGO. of great things that you can do over the weekend. We just got done telling you about downtown Fargo. Not far from Fargo Brewing. In fact, I don't need a ride. I need a beer. A benefit for Ukraine is going to be taking place tomorrow or Sunday, I believe. We'll find out the details. Aaron Dumas is going to be in studio. I'll tell you about that, how you can go and benefit Ukraine. With the slogan, of course, you're familiar with it. I don't need a ride. I need ammo. Zelensky, well, how about you just get a beer and have the money go to a good cause? We got that coming up right after we check in with Paul Jurgen, that KFGO News Center. I don't need a ride. I need a beer. A benefit for Ukraine. That's taking place Sunday, May 15th from 4 to 8 p.m. Here to tell you about all this. Aaron Doom, a friend of the show, now in studio. How you doing, Aaron?
Hey, doing good. Thanks for having me back.
Thanks for coming back in. Tell us about this. Hey, you've got a history here with Ukraine, obviously.
Yep.
Your lineage, all that. Explain to people that might not know that here on Afternoons Live.
Yeah, I'm a Ukrainian kid. My dad is 100% Ukrainian. My grandma, she was actually one of the Ukrainian dance instructors at our church. Her costume is currently at the Heritage Center. It was donated there when she passed away. So yeah, it's kind of runs deep for me. So when things got a little crazy, I just wanted to help and didn't really know what to do.
Well, we found a way to help out as best we could here with this, but I got to ask you, with the situation still ongoing, I mean, do you still have family over there? Do you have close ties that are still in Ukraine?
My brother actually has friends over there who just unrelatedly, he worked with in Manhattan at a bar. He bartended. He has tons of friends, but no direct. We have, obviously cousins and family there, but no one I'm real close to anymore. From talking with his friends that are back over there, it was pretty hairy though.
Yeah.
Yeah, things were rough.
Yeah, and watching from
Mariupol, and things were.
Yeah, we've seen the tragedy that's been there. But
she couldn't talk to her mom. Didn't know her status. The last we heard, no idea what her status was.
Just couldn't imagine.
Right.
You're going to do as best we can, though, to raise a little bit of money for a benefit here. Tell people about this.
Yeah, that's kind of what I do. I don't know what else to do to help, so I do shows. I reached out to some musician friends right away. Well, first thing I did was found a venue. Talked to my friends at Fargo Brewing. They were on board immediately. They're donating $1 a pint. Sold that evening. It's Sunday night there. Reached out to a bunch of my musician friends. They all were on board. We've got High Lie. We've got the Four Feathers. We've got the Moody River Band. We've got the Crop Dusters, and then a new group, a bunch of guys, Elon Musk and the Electric Magic Workers. Or Elon Busk, excuse me. Elon Busk, sorry. Not Elon. Elon Musk will not be there. I think he's a little busy right now.
He's still deciding whether or not he's buying Twitter or not. Apparently that got put on hold today, so I think he's got his accountant on the phone.
Yeah, decisions, right? It's a $10 minimum donation to get in. Our friends from the Lunchbox Eatery are doing a Ukrainian menu, which was really cool. I reached out to them, and they were all about it. I've had Maddie's borscht before, so I knew she could deliver. Yeah. And they'll be bringing in a traditional borscht, some halopshe, which is like cabbage rolls. I tried to get them to do pierogies, which we called petahead in Ukrainian, but they were like, they don't hold very well, man. They're basically a potato dumpling, and they're like, they just don't hold well. We're not real comfortable doing that. So anyway, we got a 8-item Ukrainian menu. We've got Nate Ludgers out of Park Rapids. He's going to come and actually paint all the bands that are performing, and then he donates. He auctions off the paintings and then donates it to the cause.
That's awesome.
Yeah, super cool. Another just kind of more content where you can kind of go over. I saw him do it at John Wayne of the Paint at Fargo Brewing a few weeks back, and it was like just watching that was as entertaining as watching the bands.
Yeah, because
they all come together in like 45 minutes. It's
right.
Like, we got to
Oh,
awesome.
That's what how you can take such a moving, live, fast-paced thing and then paint it in 40 minutes and say, well, here it is.
Right. Yeah,
that's a talent.
And it's a finished product. I actually ended up getting the John Wayne one. But our friends from Proper Printworks printed up some awesome fudge Putin T-shirts.
Yeah, I'm glad you cleaned it up because I read things and I see your shirt. And you don't want to wear this into a public school, but you're going to be feeling pretty good wearing it. I assure you that.
Yeah, so we'll be donating all the proceeds to the whole event to globalgiving.org. I vetted them through the states to find a good proceed that I knew would be going to good causes. Yep.
Yeah, well, and again, I mean, it's all going towards that good cause. $10 suggested donation at the door. You can buy the shirt. You can go there, have a good time, make a donation to the painting. I mean, a lot of fun on Sunday. That's going to go to a good cause. You can feel good about doing it.
It is all ages too, so you can actually bring the family out.
Okay.
Where, the later it gets, the louder it gets. A little, maybe PG-13 the bands get, but early in the evening or in the afternoon it's bluegrass. My family will be there. Yeah. My daughter will probably be rocking her Ukrainian dance outfit,
which is awesome. And when you see the Moody River Band and the Crop Dusters, okay, we'll start off with that bluegrass stuff if it gets you feeling good, get you moving. Yep. I'm not sure about the Elon Busk and the Electric Miracle Workers.
So these guys are actually, I haven't either, but I've heard good things. I saw a little clip of the Iron Bear, their lead singer. This kid's kind of compared to a native Eminem. So he's a 19-year-old Native American kid who speed raps, but he does it to a full band behind him. The stuff I saw was fantastic, and this kid's writing. He's just pen to paper every day, and every time my buddy sends me a new video of him, it gets better. So I was like, let's give these guys a gig, and this is our opportunity.
Yeah, so. What better way to make a big splash in, too, to this good cause.
Yeah.
Locally here, you said?
Yeah. All these bands are local, and it was so badass. I reached out, and they all immediately were just like, we're in.
Yeah, don't even have to ask twice. We'll be there. Just tell us when we take the stage.
Yeah, Four Feathers are actually there the night before with the Quarterly, so they're just literally leaving their gear and going to rock it out the next night.
That's fantastic. This is Sunday, again, 4 to 8 o'clock. This is at the Fargo Brewing Company. It's over in the hall, right?
Yep.
The Hall of Fargo Brewing Company.
Right, that's kind of their new venue portion of it.
Which I've heard great things.
Awesome. Great room.
This is going to be a fun time. Again, suggested $10 donation at the door. You're going to have another number of other opportunities to make a donation. That's all going to proceeds benefit the globalgiving.org to assist the refugee crisis resulting from Putin's war in the Ukraine. Aaron, is there anything else about this or other things you want to get out before I let you go?
Another event we got coming up, our local bar industry lost a really great soldier, Tony Lemire, huge, close friend of mine, good friend of almost anybody who ever walked in the side street of Duffy's. Monday night at the Sanctuary Event Center, they're going to be doing a memorial, but it'll also act as a fundraiser for his folks to help cover any funeral costs or anything like that. And so if you knew Tony, which if you walked into the side street of Duffy's, you most likely did, and you most likely loved him. So come on out if you can. Love to see you there as well.
I never had the opportunity to meet Tony, but by how many people that were grieving online that I'm friends with, I know he had a big impact to the area there.
Huge.
Yeah. Very good. Aaron, it's been fun.
Thanks,
I'm going to try to
Appreciate
make it
it.
out on Sunday and throw some money away. I'm going to
Love to
probably
have you.
walk out with one of those shirts, too.
Deal.
Aaron Duham, again, it's this Sunday. You're going to get over to the hall at the Fargo Brewing, 4 o'clock all the way to 8 o'clock. You can bring the family, and all those proceeds go into a very good cause. It's Friday. I'm Tyler Axis. Afternoons Live is rolling on. We're getting to that 5 o'clock punch-out together right here on KFGO. Lisbon, your friendly one-stop shop for tires, friendly service, and more. Again, you can find them down in Lisbon if you're in the area. Later on this summer, we're going to be down. They got Lisbon Days, and I'll be partaking in some of that. But for bringing you just some of the sounds of the Minnesota Republican Convention, that is underway, and they've got a very narrow window to get a lot of important work done. And if you don't start rallying around a candidate for governor, I just don't see, unless people start dropping out of that race, how they're going to get the job done before 6 p.m. strikes tomorrow, and they got to hand those keys over to the next event down in Rochester. You had Bill Werner visiting with the state party chair and Bill, our Capitol correspondent, saying that, well, if they'll abide by the endorsement, all these candidates, so they won't take it to the primary. That's why I think that for the Republican Party, if that's who you are hoping wins the governorship in Minnesota, you're hoping that they get this resolved before the end of that convention. Because if not, if you take this all the way to the primary, you're spending money against each other, digging up dirt on each other, and all that's going to do is allow for Governor Walz, the Democrat, to continue to build up his war chest, the clear cash advantage he has, to around and talk about some of the things that were accomplished this session, albeit a scaled-back heroes checks. Well, those are going to start rolling out there as well, plus a number of other things. You think about the infrastructure money that's being poured through the feds, through the administration out to those areas. But my bottom line and my point I'm trying to make here is, if you're a Republican down in that convention, or you're a Republican that didn't go down to the convention, but you're listening right here on KFGO, you're hoping that they get the job done. And then they then abide by whoever does, in fact, get the endorsement at the convention. Because if you start pointing fingers at each other and start going after each other before that general election, you're not going to have as good of a chance of success, in my opinion. Now, when I said it in this microphone a number of times throughout the last, year and a half, with everything that's been going on in the world and in the state, that perhaps if there was a time in which the Democratic administration was vulnerable at the state level in Minnesota, it would be this election. Because of the outstate reaction to the COVID protocols. And I mean, you can't deny it, Democrats of Minnesota and quite frankly North Dakota, knowing how vastly different things were handled in Fargo versus Moorhead, or Grand Forks versus East Grand Forks, Wahpeton versus Breckenridge. You know it. You saw the license plates coming to North Dakota to do business, go to restaurants, right or wrong, in your opinion. It doesn't really matter. The approach was different. And there's a lot of people that were upset and businesses impacted on the Minnesota side. Now, as far as the Minneapolis downtown situation that people have painted in their minds, I can tell you from experience, I was just down there last weekend, roamed all over downtown, did not feel worried one bit at all. No more than I do any other time that I've been down there. But the narrative has certainly been painted in a lot of people's minds to where they're not comfortable, they're not taking their families down to Minneapolis. Now, that's not to say that things haven't perhaps escalated. I mean, you hear the stories right here on KFGO about a shooting, or about, this murder or that break-in. And you think about the tensions that the public have had around law enforcement as well, and the reports that have come out about Minneapolis police, for example, and the corrections that people want to see in that, and some people don't think that's gone far enough, others say going too far. All of that in an environment with the inflation that you heard from the Republican candidates that I had on, to those other national issues that certainly have injected themselves to the most local races you can find imaginable, all the way into your school board races, and the fact that it's a midterm with a Democrat in the White House, there still is, if you're a Republican, optimism probably going into the cycle. Now, whether or not in that outstate greater Minnesota you've got enough votes to outweigh, what's happening in the suburbs and, quite frankly, the cities themselves as far as population, the number of people that are going to be voting, what'll be, I think, a big factor in this midterm election, it's not just in Minnesota, but quite frankly in a number of states, is turnout. Traditionally, you've got the party in charge of the White House or in that state in those midterms, they've got a bad showing. But also you have fewer voters turned out on the Democratic side in particular during midterms. So the iron might be hot. It might be that time in which Minnesota Republicans do strike and they actually connect and have success at the ballot. We won't know. And that's where when we talk about things that are happening at the national level and federally, yeah, we can talk about inflation. We can talk about a variety of things, but you know that those social issues certainly drive votes. It gets the emotions high, and it gets people out there wanting to vote for or certainly against people and parties. And it's no denying that over the last 2 weeks, with that leak of a potential draft from the Supreme Court and overturning Roe versus Wade, that voting for or against something now might have balanced out just a little bit for the first time in quite some time. I don't know if it'll pan out that way. I don't know if there's any energy or motivation on the Democratic side going into this midterm. I can tell you that there's a number of people that feel, I don't know if deflated is the right word, but they don't have the level of optimism for the administration. Now I'm talking federally in the Biden administration that they certainly had going in to this new presidency. I got to keep in mind a lot of that was voting against the other guy. And the question in Minnesota is if there's going to be enough people voting against the other guy that's currently your governor. We're going to try to figure that out down in Rochester today and tomorrow. I'm telling you, though, if you don't come out with an endorsed candidate for governor, you're going to have a more difficult time. Your thoughts, you can send those into the iConsultants of North Dakota text club at 35270. You can call me on the Laney studio line, 237-5948. It's final half hour. You, me, this microphone, your cell phone. We'll have a little bit more fun as well. I got a triple play. It's the Minnesota fishing opener this Saturday. That's tomorrow. Also, NFL schedule got released. Speaking of openers, Vikings are going to open the Green Bay. All you Vikings fans, you Packers fans, how you feel about that? We'll have that conversation and so much more as we wrap up the Friday edition of Afternoons Live. I'm Tyler Axis. Stick around.
News and weather this hour brought to you by Otter Tail Power Company, positively impacting communities they serve for more than a century.
Here's what's coming up for your KFGO lineup. We got some CBS National News. We'll wrap up Afternoons Live for the week. Couch Potato Radio. Well, before that, you got Jack Sunday's The Drive Time News. So from 5 to 6, you got Jack Sunday in the seat. Derek Hansen, Couch Potato Radio. Then 6:30 p.m., Chris Atterbury takes over these airwaves because the Minnesota Twins hosting Cleveland, the Guardians, who had a COVID scare earlier this week. They must have got everything resolved. So that'll be taking place. I believe first pitch will be about 7:10 right here on your home for Twins baseball, KFGO. CBS News Now. We'll wrap up Afternoons Live next. Got a couple of those requests still waiting for you. For example, I know somebody requested some Skinnerd. Simple Man, that's coming up here in just a few minutes. Yesterday, let's take a backtrack here because I do a fact check right for it some days. And the big one yesterday was how over the course of a few hours, 10,000 people were duped on Twitter to follow what was NFL 2022 schedule leak. And they just, to summarize for you, made up games and what week they're going to be. And people, even those verified accounts, meaning that these are people that are getting paid to cover sports, including the NFL, were retweeting them. And then they admitted, hey, I just made all this up. I can't believe you guys really do believe anything you see on the internet. But one thing that did happen last night was the official schedule did come out. And week 1, I'm looking at as I'm scrolling through here, and you got the Patriots and Dolphins. You've got the Colts, Texans, Saints, Falcons, Raiders, Chargers. And what do these all have in common, including the Packers, Vikings? They're all divisional games in week 1. Now, maybe because my team's playing the Browns, and I expect we're going to lose, that I'm looking at this, I'm like, whatever. But if I were a fan of one of these teams, I would be a little upset getting thrown into the deep end right away with a divisional opponent, because yes, you've had preseason to where you give everyone the shot to, maybe make the roster, and every week you see a couple more snaps played by starters. But week 1 is still pretty sloppy football. And when it's a divisional opponent that you have that sloppy football going against, it sets it up in a unique situation, I think, because all of a sudden, obviously, when are you going to go 0-1 in the division? I just don't know how I feel about it. And I guess maybe because I haven't paid as close attention until this year, and because it's the Packers that are going to be at U.S. Bank Stadium at 3:25 is that kickoff. So I'm sure all those Vikings fans, they're going to go to church in the morning. They're not going to tailgate at all for like 8 hours before this game. They're going to be just servants. They're going to have that morning of rest. I'm sure they will be good boys and girls before they pack in to U.S. Bank Stadium and watch Aaron Rodgers come storming on the field. I'm sure it's going to be just a cool, calm, collected environment out there, including the season ticket holder that's got the show from 8 to 11. I have faith that Vikings fans will behave themselves in week 1 against the Packers at a late afternoon game. And if you think otherwise, you can let me know at 35270. But just having, and I get it, you've got, is it now 18 weeks? 18 with the bye? Yeah, you have 18 weeks, I believe, you count your buys as well. That it's eventually going to happen, but I would, if I were writing schedule, I get you want to have that initial, here it is, we're back, baby. The NFL, you missed us, didn't you? You don't have to have divisional games for that to be the case. It just seems, clearly I'm struggling with it. I just don't, schedule it later on. Have the divisional games to the middle part, to the latter part. I mean, certainly that final 3 weeks, you've got divisional opponents. That's the thing. You've got the Packers, Vikings in week 1. When's the next time they play? Week 16? I don't know. Don't have the full schedule here.
I believe it's late. And I'm right there with you. I love the late season divisional games, especially the way they've done the last week for sure. And even in a lot of cases, the last 2 weeks, divisional games. Makes for great theater of football. But to burn one right away,
right up front, sloppy football. Of course, I'm shocked to see that you disagree with me. Tyler, they get paid millions of dollars. They should be ready to play a divisional game week 1 or week 8. But have you watched week 1? I'm as excited. I will be at my spot watching the Panthers lose to the Browns because book it. You're going to have Samuel Darnold starting week 1 through, I give him to week 5. Then they're going to go with the rookie, Matt Corral. And none of you care because none of you like the Panthers. But I got the microphone, so you're going to listen to the words I've got to say. So I'm going to be pouting watching that, and I will be watching the sloppy football that's probably going to be at U.S. Bank with a very important divisional game because you've only got, the 2 games against these opponents. I understand, yes, people get paid a lot of money. They should be ready to go, but the reality is the flow of an actual regular season game versus your preseason, it's not the same.
Right, and just from a pure fan perspective, you want those games later in the season when they have more of an impact on the results of the season.
Yeah, because you're going to have everybody complaining on the losing side, saying, well, you know what, the excuse is because it was sloppy. It was week 1. We weren't ready for them.
Well, and
I don't want to allow the Vikings to have that excuse when they lose to the Packers.
And how many times do you see a team that just is for whatever reason, really hot early in the season and just falls off. I believe your squad was that.
I was saying, that seems like a very subtle shot.
But my point is, you burn a division game.
Hold on.
Weren't you 5-0?
No, we were 3-0.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
That's
I
not
gave you
very
too much
hot.
credit.
We won 3 games in a row.
I remember you had the chest puffed out a little bit more.
I was like, hey.
The arms were swinging a little wider when you were walking around here after week 3.
Because I was like, you know what, this Sam Darnold, he's seeing ghosts out there. Why did we sign him? And then he wins the first team. Like, maybe I was wrong. I've been proven wrong. Nope, I was right the whole time. The entire time. And now here he is. But here's watch me be a conspiracy theorist when it comes to these scheduling, because you've got, for example, where are you? The Broncos. They're going to be playing at Seattle, the Seahawks, at 7:15 on, was that the first Monday night? No, September 12th. I don't know. Okay.
That's got to be.
So you've got Russell Wilson that left Seattle to go to the Denver Broncos, now playing in Seattle for that first week. You know that they picked that for a reason. So here's where I got my conspiracy hat on. There was all this chatter. Deshaun Watson, you know what? The Cleveland Browns, they were bent over a barrel to get him. They gave everything away to get Deshaun Watson while they had Baker Mayfield right there. And Baker, say what you will about him, whether he could get you to that next level. He did get you to the playoffs, I believe, not very long ago. But for whatever reason, there was Kevin Stefanski, yes, former Minnesota Viking coordinator, now head coach of Cleveland. I don't know if they didn't get along with Baker Mayfield, but he wants out. Baker, you're going to go with Deshaun Watson? You're going to do all that for him? I'm still here. You know what? I'm leaving. Let me go. Here's the keys. I don't want a part of this anymore. They haven't done that yet, but one team that's still in the mix for Baker Mayfield is the Carolina Panthers. So I have no doubt in my mind now, conspiracy theory, Panthers, they'll have Baker Mayfield, and maybe he'll be starting week 1.
Is that conspiracy or just good theater?
Theater of my mind that's going to play out on the field.
No, I mean, scheduling. You see it all the time. You get the Super Bowl rematches most of the time as one of the first week games. You get the big time players that switch teams. I mean, to me, that's not conspiracy. That's just good marketing by the NFL. Of course you want Russell Wilson playing Seattle in prime time on the first week of the season to get everybody excited right away.
And then you want Baker Mayfield under center for the Panthers taking on the Browns. If you are an NFL scheduler and if you're thinking about the big dollar signs that that's going to bring in, I don't know. I'm just a fan and a talk show host. 237-594. That's Laney's studio line. Tell me I'm a lunatic. You can also text me that if you want at 35270. That is the Act Consultants of North Dakota. They provide that text club. As I sit in the Gunderson studio, that is of KFGO, get you that last weather report from Too Tall Tom Szymanski. Jack Sunday will be strolling in here any moment now. He'll take you all the way to 6 o'clock with the Drive Time News. Couch Potato Radio. I bet you Derek Hansen will share his 2 cents on Vikings hosting the Packers in week 1. Then Twins baseball right here on your home for Twins. They're going to be taking over these airwaves 6:30, first pitch 7:10 against Cleveland. I'm Tyler Axis. Stick around. Boy, it's, we made it to the end of another work week. An eventful week it was. I think we earned this one. Kick back, enjoy. In about 5 minutes' time, Jack Sunday's got the drive time news, and he joins us right now in the KFGO studio. Hi, Jack.
Well, hello. And so we're going to start out with the CBS news.
Yes.
That's a good start. And then we have Too Tall Tom and Paul Jurgens and Paul Lines, and we'll have sports. We'll get some ag news. We'll have another ride with Joel Heitkamp. And Bill Werner of Minnesota News Network is going to be, and we'll talk about the Republican convention going on.
A lot of activity. They got a short window to get a lot of work done down there.
Yeah, good for them.
Yeah.
That's great. I went up to Summit Beer there.
What's that?
Summit Beer. Will
Oh,
that be?
good stuff. There's a Dakota Soul that Summit brews, and it's made with barley out of Rugby, North Dakota. If you haven't tried that one, that's a good beer. Nice, and I like those ambers, a little bit more rich for me.
And by the way, we're going to have, I think I mentioned the ag, but also we'll have a market update for you. And we have a major sports at about 5:45 today as well.
Yeah, well, there's, unfortunately, the Minnesota Wild, did you make it to the end of the game? You said you were going to go take a nap and maybe you catch it.
I didn't do that.
No. Well, you didn't miss a lot.
I figured it out.
Yeah, it didn't take long. But I'm sure we're all shocked.
I woke up to coast to coast.
Goblins, ghouls, all the other things you need to know is coast to coast. Your late time KFGO lineup. Jack Sunday's got the drive time news coming up here in just a moment. Like I said, he'll steer you into Couch Potato Radio with Derek Hansen. Minnesota Twins, they're going to be back in action tonight. The pregame 6:30 right here. First pitch I'm going to assume is 7:10. They are hosting Cleveland out at Target Field. Folks, that's it for me this week. Been a roller coaster of a week, whether it comes to weather, when it comes to the news. A little bit of fun along the way. I want to thank everyone that participated at 35270 and called in at 237-594. We'll do it all over again starting Monday. How's that sound? Until then, you drive safe wherever you're going and take care of yourselves. I'll check in Monday right here on 790 AM, 94.1 and 104.7 FM, KFGO.